Welcome back. It's my pleasure to invite our invited speaker, Associate Professor Christian Ocho from Nagoya University, Japan, to the floor to deliver his presentation titled Industrial Policy and Industrialization in Africa, Rare Earth Elements and Industrial Policy, Evidence from Global Electric Vehicle Supply Chains. Welcome.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. Let me just make sure you can see my screen. Okay. Okay, sorry, just a moment. Trying to share the screen.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
No, we cannot see your screen.
Okay. Let me try again. So.
Okay, now we can see.
Okay, perfect. So,
okay, perfect.
Right. Thank you very much for having me. This is a joint work with one of my students, Sitavan, and we are working on this very interesting project on how do we rethink rare earth element and industrial policy. And part of this project also received a fund from the Jean Monnet COE T&E Round 2 Award. So we want also to acknowledge their financial support for this research. Now, this is the outline of today's presentation. I'll try to be as brief as possible, so I may skip some part of the discussion. Now, the global automotive industry is undergoing its profound transformation in the century. Now we are witnessing the convergence of three powerful forces. First is technological disruption through this electric vehicle transition, the escalation of geopolitical competition, and ambitious climate policy initiative. The scale of this transformation is remarkable. If you look at recent data, electric vehicle sales have surged from just 4% of the global market in 2020 to 18% in 2023. This represents not merely a substitution of powertrain, but a fundamental re-architecting of global value chain, which is basically shifting value from traditional mechanical engineering to battery technology, software, and control over critical supply lines. Now, the key, I think the interesting from the policy perspective is that this transformation is also unfolding on a contested global stage with divergent national strategy. The European Union, for instance, is pressuring supply chain security through its Critical Raw Material Act and the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which introduce what we call carbon pricing differential. At the same time, the United States has oscillated between protectionist tariff policy under the previous administration and the subsidy-led industrial policy through the Inflation Reduction Act. Meanwhile, China has established dominance through state-led investment, especially recently in Africa, mineral extraction and downstream manufacturing in Asian nations, creating intricate trilateral dynamics that directly shape the EU and the US strategic options. This research, the key central question is to understand how are the interconnected pressures of technological change, geopolitical competition, and climate policy collectively restructuring the global automotive value chain, and what are the strategic implications for European Union, for Japan, and for African countries. And in order to answer this question, we use various analytical method, and we take also advantage of recent development in empirical, especially in conducting counterfactual policy simulations. And if we just want to discuss a little bit about the literature, our research is situated at the intersection of three convergence literature streams. So the first is the global value chain literature, which provide the foundation of this research because we try to describe regionalized automotive network with stable core periphery structure. Second is the scholarship on the EV transition, which highlight the geopolitical race for critical minerals, where supply chain exhibits what we call a robust yet fragile characteristics with significant risk transmission potential. Finally, our paper also speaks to the climate and trade policy literature, which examine instruments like the EU CBAM policy, which again creates those premium, but also carbon leakages. We also take advantage of the new policy instruments we want to test with this research, and we hope that the research will shed light, especially on the policy relevant discussion we're trying to have these days. And these are the data we use. If you have any question on the data, feel free to we can discuss about this later. And this is our analytical framework. So we employ a dual analytical framework. First, we use the exploratory network analysis, which treats countries as node and trade flow as edges. And we compute key metrics like density, centrality, and clustering. And for inferential analysis, we use the temporal exponential random graph models, which extend the standard ERGM's models to longitudinal data and incorporates memory terms that capture the influence of past ties on current network states. So this is a very key advance in the literature. I will skip the mathematical foundation of the model and just discuss one of the key findings of this research. So here I'm trying to show the structural shifts of automotive trade network. Now, the key message here is that the overall automotive trade network has evolved from a sparse centralized system in 1995, where you can see like really very sparse network system, to a kind of a multipolar and structured system by 2023. Now, this visual evolution, I think it reflects a fundamental changes in the global production pattern with the emergence of new industrial power and the reconfiguration of supply chain around multiple hubs rather than a single dominant center, which we used to have even before 1995. Now, we as you can see, in 2023, we see how China has become one of the key part of this network, very close to the United States, and also competing with countries like China, with Japan, and so on. So the shift is changing, but we can also see new countries. For example, we have Nigeria, which many African countries are becoming part of this core trade network related to the automotive industry. So many things are changing, and we're having new industrial power trying to influence the global automotive network. And if we look at the evolution of the key metrics, network metrics, the key interesting findings, at least many of them are striking, but over time, between 1995 and 2023, we observe a steady growth in participating economies and a dramatic increase in trade relationship. Network density have risen consistently. I think from most of the figure, we see a consistent increase, indicating tighter global integration. When we look at the clustering, for instance, and reciprocity, we see they've also increased. This basically show more frequent bilateral exchanges and also the emergence of regional production network. Now, while the export influence has become more distributed, when you look at the import demand, we see a huge concentration among few major markets. And this is really interesting because it's kind of speak to the type of value chain we have now. And it comes out from our analysis that we're having two types of value chain. So, and those value chain are fundamentally different. The traditional automotive global value chain is more mature and regionally integrated, where we have a nested production network from component and a more stable core periphery structure with like finished vehicles, especially from North America, Europe, and Japan. But in contrast, the emerging EV global value chain represents this new industrial paradigm defined by a rapid expansion and a kind of a structural funnel of strategic checkpoint in process minerals. And this can really explain this emerging network where we see a lot of resilience, especially due to from economic shocks. So the new network are becoming much more resilient. So for instance, if we look at the global financial crisis, what is very interesting is that both the global financial crisis, the 2008, 2009 financial crisis, and even COVID, it really caused a significant trade contraction by 30% and also 22.5% of contraction. But what was interesting to see is that the core structural metrics remain very stable and even strengthened. So that could suggest the rerouting of trade flows rather than a systematic fragmentation. So which I think was really interesting to see with the data. And the graph are very small, so I thought I should summarize the findings instead of discussing the figures. If, of course, I can also share the slides if needed be. Now, but it's really interesting to look that when we disaggregate the automotive industry, we find also three distinct network topologies. So the first one is the raw material form, the raw material which forms a diffuse kind of many to few feeder system. And the graph in the middle show the parts and components, which represent more likely a dense segment now with high reciprocity. And this could reflect the just-in-time production network. And finally, at the bottom, we see this finished vehicle chart, where we could see it's basically a few to many kind of framework which represents more of a core and periphery system, and which is basically dominated by the major producer nations. Now, what is interesting, if we look at the structure of the value chain, the EV supply chain exhibits a distinct structural funnel. And in the upstream, we see a huge diffuse of minerals with key sources countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Chile, and Australia. But China dominates as the primary destination. And this diffuse base flows actually into a concentrated midstream of processed mineral, which creates a strategic bottleneck. Now, in this case, I think we can see also Turkey and India are kind of emerging as secondary hubs, but again, China remain the key player in this game. And the evolution of the network itself has expanded at a very extraordinary pace, with total trade value increasing 9 times between 2017 and 2023. And this, it does not really represent just the value of the trade flow itself, like money itself, but it represents more a recentering of global value chain, or a creation of an entirely new global production network within less than a decade. And now we have, of course, China, European Union, and the United States. And countries like Japan are no longer part of this global production network, which is kind of very interesting to notice over this very short period. And of course, in the downstream segment, which is also very interesting to look at, we observe some pattern of dependency. So battery materials and the core components are the largest and more dense. And in here, the US and EU, they show sort of high authority scores, which indicates that they are dependent destination, while China and like South Korea, for example, they are serving as dominant, as hub scores. So which indicates they are more like a primary school, primary sources. And finally, if we look at the Finnish EV, it's basically Germany and China, which are kind of alternate as key exporter, with the US becoming as one of the largest importer. So in all the value chain, we see a strong presence of China, which basically remain as a key supplier in the value chain. And the recent, I think, talk between the US in terms of, export control can really show how China is becoming more important and key in the global value chain. Now, let me move to discussing just quickly the modeling approach. We want to explain those structural change. And in order to do that, we employ two complementary modeling approach. The first one is the TERG model, which capture the formation of trade ties and network evolution. And we use the standard PPML gravity models just to explain the trade volumes. And the data is very huge. And we had a lot of issue with manipulating the data because of the size of the data. Now, the gravity model basically confirming the fundamental trade relationship. Geography distance remains a key barrier, while the GDP remain also the key catalytic for trade. And this has been proved in the previous literature. And contiguity continue to provide a substantial boost to both connectivity and also trade volume. But more importantly, we found that trade tariff exerts a significant negative effect on both the formation of new trade and the volume of existing trade. This, of course, I highlight the dual trade of constraining trade volume within the value chain development. And we see also a lot of endogenous structural property in the trade network. The large negative edge coefficient we found in the network analysis indicate that significant trade ties are relatively rare and non-random. And this, at the same time, the mutuality, which is positive and statistically significant, validates this high reciprocity in trade relationship. And finally, the transitivity, which is also positive, implies, give us more evidence on this supply chain clustering, which is the foundation of this dense production network. Now, tariffs are becoming very important, and it really demonstrates a key role in trade, which when we look at on the extensive margin, it reduced the probability of creating or forming new trade ties, which again constrain the expansion of global value chain. When we look at the intensive margins, we see that, of course, tariff reduced trade volume within existing relationship. And taken together, these findings suggest that while established GVC exhibits structural persistence, the economic activity they facilitate remain highly sensitive to the cost increase. Now, we did a lot of, advanced kind of analysis to confirm and validate the model, which I will try to skip due to time. But we also study additional effects relating, let's say, to including trade agreements, which we found also they attenuate with more control. Of course, this could also show some endogeneity concern within the data. And custom union also proved to be more effective in promoting automotive trade, and it remains really significant across different regression. And of course, tariff also was sort of significant in many results. Moving to the EV specification gravity results, we found that we found similar pattern, but with very important nuance. Like the custom, they still show very strong positive effect for finished vehicles, but we tried some interaction. For example, to see how battery material exhibits strong negative relation within the interaction, which of course suggests that partial agreement may be problematic for mineral trade. Now, the key takeaway.
Excuse me.
Yes.
For interrupting. Excuse me, Professor. We are running out of time. I just wanted to remind you that if you can wrap up your presentation very quickly.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll just go quickly. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So let me just go to the bottom of this discussion. So the policy implications are dense, but what I wanted to emphasize, at least if we look at the main contribution and the key finding of this research, is that we have the trade network is showing a lot of vulnerability. And this is very important, not only for EU, but also for African countries. But because I'm speaking, to a larger audience, so I wanted to focus more the discussion on the strategic implication for EU, especially to highlight that the traditional automotive leadership does not automatically translate to EV advantage. And countries facing a lot of vulnerability in this Asian-centric supply chain, particularly in the critical mineral, where concentrated midstream checkpoint creates new dependency. And finally, as a conclusion, maybe I can conclude, because this is a ongoing research. So our future agenda is to focus more on the general equilibrium analysis and do more dynamic policy simulation and welfare analysis. And of course, talk a lot about the geopolitical factor in critical mineral market. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Okay, if there will be any questions, Professor can answer those. Okay, thank you so much once again for this insightful presentation. Okay, so the following panel will be about climate, energy, and economic behavior. The moderator of the panel is Associate Professor Bahar Erdal from OSTİM Technical University, and our panelists are Associate Professor Aslıhan Atabek Demirhan from Central Bank of Republic of Turkey, Dr. Merve Betül Gökçe from Central Bank of Republic of Turkey, Zelihan Başpınar from Central Bank of Republic of Turkey, and Mahmut Albay from Central Bank of Republic of Turkey. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Bahar Erdal and our esteemed panelists to their presentation.
Welcome you all. We have very distinguished speakers from the Central Bank of Turkey in this session. As a former central banker, I'm very happy to host them in our university. The title of our panel is Climate, Energy and Economic Behavior. Our first guest is Associate Professor Aslıhan Atabek Demirhan. Dr. Demirhan graduated from the Middle East Technical University, Statistics, together with a minor degree in Industrial Engineering. She took her master's degree in econometrics and mathematical economics from London School of Economics in 2004 and her PhD degree in economics from Middle East Technical University in 2013. In 2021, she received the title of Associate Professor in Econometrics. She has been working at the Central Bank of Turkey since 1999. She worked at different departments of the bank and seconded as an economics at the OECD. Currently, she is working as a senior economist at the Investor Relations and International Organization Department. She actively continues her research activities on firms' dynamics and agricultural and food markets. The floor is yours, Dr. Demirhan. Buraya doğru. Buraya ya da mikrofon da olabilir. Mikrofon da olabilir.
Böyle olsun şey pointer veya şey. Hi everyone, thank you for joining this session. Today I am going to present the initial findings of my ongoing study on potential winners under the European Union Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, with a specific focus on the case of Turkey. And my presentation will start with the introduction of the CBAM and the intuition about the reasons why we should care about it. After giving motivation of this study, I'm going to briefly talk about the data set and the model use. And my presentation will end up with the first estimation results and the corresponding concluding remarks. The European Union Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, known as a CBAM, introduced as a part of EU Green Deal with the aims of preventing carbon leakage, maintaining competitiveness of the EU producers, and also promoting the transition towards low carbon production. The policy currently covers the energy-intensive and trade-exposed sectors such as iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, aluminium, hydrogen, and electricity. We are currently in a transitional phase where reporting is mandatory, but any financial payments are not required. Starting from 2026, we are going to have some obligations, and importance will need to purchase CBAM certificates equivalent to the embedded emissions. Now, let's talk about a little bit about the motivation of the study. European Union is our main primary destination for Turkey's manufacturing exports, and CBAM covered product make up a large share of these exports, and the mechanism will will inevitably reshape the competitive landscape. While some firms are going to be faced with an additional cost, others, especially those with the lower carbon intensities or early decarbonization investment, may emerge as a relative winners. And this heterogeneity across firms at the firm level constitute precisely the main motivation of this study. And moreover, the existing literature mainly focused on microeconomic or sectoral impacts of this mechanism. However, we know that firms differ significantly in terms of their production technologies, export profile, and adjustment capabilities to the new regulation. Hence, understanding which types of firms are more likely to be negatively or positively affected by this new regulation can inform us about the effective policy designs. Now, let's move to the data set and the model used in the analysis shortly. Firm level data that is used in this paper comes from the account statistics, company account statistics database. Financial statements of firms operating in the manufacturing and electricity sectors are considered for the period of 2014 to 2039 period. And as I mentioned before, at the first stage of this mechanism, the sectors that are going to be under the CBAM are the iron, steel, aluminum, fertilizer, cement, hydrogen, and electricity sectors. First of all, in order to be able to make the analysis, those sectors, sectoral activity codes are identified and the corresponding firms are identified. And when we look at to the descriptive statistics about the data set, we can see that the share of the sectors that are under CBAM mechanism has an important share with respect to exports, employment, and net sales. Okay, when we move to the methodological framework of this study, the framework builds on the well-established literature on the sunk cost in international trade. According to Mellitz's type theoretical model, export market participation requires fixed cost known as sunk cost. In conceptual framework, we can think of a sunk cost as a threshold that firms must overcome to enter and remain in export markets. Empirically, to estimate sunk cost existence, usually the Roberts-Tybott reduced form empirical model is used. And in this analysis, I use the same model for testing, first of all, the existence of sunk cost in Turkish manufacturing sector exporting. And then after introducing the model that we used, let's look at to the variables that are used in the model. The dependent variable, the export statute, because we are going to try to model the propensity of the firms to be an exporter or to continue to exportation. And the independent variable is the previous export statute is the main variable of interest, because the net values of the export statute tells us about the existence of sunk cost, the barriers to the entrance or survival in export markets. And in addition to previous export statute, we have some firm-specific control variables such as size, labor productivity, credit constraint, capital intensity, liquidity, and sometimes dummies, dummies for capturing macroeconomic developments. And this model is estimated by the random effects dynamic panel model, with some corrections required as in the literature. So I'm going to move the estimation results. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is an ongoing work. So these are the preliminary results. In the first column, that entitled as the all sectors, represents the estimation results for the manufacturing and electricity sector as a whole. And as you can see, the previous year export statute with a coefficient of significant and positive coefficient estimate implies that for Turkish manufacturing sector firms, the export market participation requires some sunk costs that is statistically significant. And when we restrict our estimation sample to the sectors that are under CBM mechanism, as you can recognize the coefficient of the previous year export statute, that is that denotes the or implies the existence of sunk cost, gets larger. This implies that when with the sectors for the firms that are operating at the carbon border adjustment mechanism sectors are facing with the higher sunk costs. And when we look at to the estimation results for the subsectors that are under CBM mechanism, fertilizer, cement, electricity, and metals, the highest sunk cost belongs to the firms that are operating at the cement and electricity sectors. So this higher coefficient estimate for the sectors implies larger sunk cost barriers, and highest sunk cost is for electricity and cement, and full implementation of CBM will is expected to amplify the existing sunk cost, leading to higher entry thresholds. Okay, the concluding remarks are the evidence of significant sunk costs in export market participation is observed as a general, and higher sunk costs with this the sectors that are faced with these carbon border adjustment mechanisms suggest amplified adjustment pressure, and this mechanism introduces an additional layer of costs, carbon cost, raising the entry exportation thresholds of the firms. And not all firms will be affected equally. Adaptive firms may turn costs into advantages, and policy interventions can ease adjustment and sustain export competitiveness. For the future of this research, as I mentioned before, this is the preliminary outcome of the estimations. I'm going to try to figure out with a granular analysis which type of the firms that are operating or facing with this mechanism and higher sunk costs are going to be the survival or the relatively winner of this mechanism. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Demirhan, for your very interesting presentation. Our second guest is Dr. Merve Betil Gökçe. Dr. Gökçe is an economist at the Central Bank of Turkey, working in the Structural Economic Research Department. She holds a PhD in economics from Boğaziçi University, specialized in microeconomics. Her research interests lie in labor and demographic economics, with a particular focus on migration. The floor is yours, Dr. Gökçe.
Thank you. We study the impact of high temperatures on firm productivity in Turkey, together with Zeynep Yılmaz and Enver Sait Kurtaran. Climate change is now accelerating. Global temperatures are rising faster, and we feel this more each year. As a result, we see more frequent and intense heat waves, which pose direct economic risks. There are two key impacts of rising temperatures on workers. First, Both cognitive and physical capacity decrease, leading to fatigue and illness. Second, absenteeism increases due to health problems and transport disruptions. These effects are especially strong among workers in manual and outdoor jobs, those directly exposed to the sun. From a firm's perspective, increased demand for cooling rises energy costs. Heat stress can disrupt infrastructure such as energy supply, transport, and supply chains, which negatively impact production. Firms also need to allocate resources to adaptation, such as improving building insulation or providing cooling systems. These additional costs can reduce the resources available for investment. The main research question we ask here is, what is the effect of hot weather conditions or heat stress on firm productivity in Turkey? Okay. Why is it important to study this in Turkey? First, Turkey is among the most vulnerable countries. According to ILO projections, Turkey is among the most affected countries. Turkey is located in Mediterranean region, which is identified as a climate change hotspot. We are already experiencing rising temperatures, especially in the summer, and these increases are expected to continue. Another reason is Turkey's regional heterogeneity. There are significant climate variations within the country, making Turkey an ideal setting for studying within country differences in heat stress effects. In addition, compared to developed countries, Turkey faces significant adaptation barriers. Most firms are SMEs with short planning horizons. There is limited access to finance and capacity to invest in adaptation. Looking at the overview of the literature, we identify these gaps. First, evidence mostly comes from developed economies, such as the US, Europe, China, and India. Most studies focus on specific sectors, especially agriculture and manufacturing. A majority of these studies rely on firm samples, not the full population of firms. And firm location is typically defined by their headquarters, which can lead to geographical inaccuracies. Our contribution is that, to our knowledge, this is the first study investigating the effect of rising temperatures in a developing country like Turkey, which faces high climate risks and low adaptation capacity. We are using a full population of registered firms, not just a sample, which provides a much richer data set. Additionally, we match firms with district-level weather data, allowing us to conduct a much more granular analysis and accurately capture the specific climate conditions each firm is exposed to. We are using the ERA5 global reanalysis dataset available through the Copernic Climate Change Service. This dataset provides hourly estimates of climate and weather variables aggregated to approximately 28 by 28 kilometer grid squares. It offers high-resolution climate data, which is crucial for our analysis. In this map, the red dots represent the locations within Turkey for which we have climate data. These correspond to the meteorological points we have access to. For the firm data, we know the districts in which each branch is located. The black boundaries in the map represent administrative district borders. There are over 900 districts in Turkey. To aggregate weather data at district level, if multiple meteorological points fall within the same district, we take the average of those points. Since we are conducting annual analysis, we calculate the number of days per year in each district where the daily maximum temperature exceeds a specific threshold. As an example, here we are comparing maps for the 35 centigrade degrees threshold between 2009, the first year of our dataset, and 2023, the most recent year. The lightest tone, white, represents areas where there were 0 days above 35 degrees in a given district. The darkest reds here indicate areas where there were over 100 days exceeding this temperature threshold in that year. What we observe over the 15-year period is a clear darkening of the colors, indicating significant increase in the number of days exceeding the 35 degrees threshold in many districts. These exceedance days above the threshold form our independent variable. We have variation in both time, years, and region, districts, which gives us the basis for the identification in our analysis. Now let's look at how the average number of hot days has changed over the years. For example, this plot shows the trend of number of days above 30 degrees in a year. While some years are hotter and others are cooler, we can still observe an upward trend in the number of hot days over time. We collected firm level data from these sources. We construct a yearly panel of all registered and non-financial firms covering 2009 to 2023. Our main dependent variable is value-added based labor productivity, deflated using regional CPI. Control variables include firm size, age, profitability, and capital intensity. We applied several sample restrictions to ensure data quality. We exclude the financial sector and agriculture. We exclude firms fewer than 3 employees, drop firm years with assets or turnovers below $100. Finally, for weather matching, we assign each firm to the district of its largest plant by employment, which we assume represents the main production site. This table summarizes the descriptive statistics for our key variables. The main dependent variable is log labor productivity. We also include firm controls in our analysis. Apart from temperature, we have other weather variables such as humidity and precipitation. The variables listed at the bottom are the independent variables whose effect we aim to measure. We have over 2 million observations in our data set. In our model, we use the following structure. Here, I represent the firm. B is the district where the firm is located, as is for the 2-digit industry sector code, and T is year. On the left-hand side, we have labor productivity calculated as value added per employee. On the right-hand side, the key variable of interest is heat, which is the number of days in a given year in a district where the temperature exceeds a certain threshold. We include other firm controls in the model lagged by 1 period, and our weather variables vary by district and year. The key feature of our model is the inclusion of firm fixed effects. These control for any unobserved time invariant firm-specific characteristics. In addition, we add triple interacted region, sector, year fixed effects, which control for any time varying shocks at the region sector level. We cluster the standard errors at the district level finally. This figure shows our main result. Each line comes from a separate regression where we examine the effect of a different temperature threshold on firm productivity. For example, for the 35 degrees threshold, an increase of 10 extra days above this temperature leads to a 0.5 decrease in firm productivity, and we observe clear negative effect between 34 to 39 temperatures. As the threshold increases, we also see magnitude of the effect increases, as you see. The magnitude of this effect is comparable to findings in other countries, and in fact, it appears slightly larger than their results. Next, we use another specification to support our main results. This time, in addition to the number of hot days, we included the number of days corresponding to other temperature ranges as well. For example, we calculated how many days in a year below -5 degrees, between -5 and 0 degrees, etc. We excluded 10 to 15 range as the baseline because it is the median temperature in the specification. Each line corresponds to the coefficient of the variables for different temperature ranges within a single regression. Once temperature exceeds 20 degrees, we begin to see negative effects, which intensify as temperature rise. This is a tighter control, still the results are robust. and the effect sizes are consistent. So we can also think that as a placebo check. We don't observe any significant effects at moderate temperatures, confirming that the negative effects are mainly driven by extreme heat. Now let's look at the heterogeneity by sector. For the manufacturing sector, we observe a negative and significant effect on firm productivity. We divided the manufacturing sector firms into two groups based on the intensity of technology use, low-tech and high-tech firms. For low-tech manufacturing firms, the figure on the left, the effect remains negative and significant. These firms are more vulnerable to heat stress, which likely affects labor-intensive production processes. On the other hand, for high-tech manufacturing firms, we find no statistically significant effect. This shows that technology-intensive firms might be more resilient to temperature shocks, likely due to their ability to adapt and rely more on automation rather than manual labor. In summary, heat stress negatively affects low-tech manufacturing firms, but doesn't seem to significantly affect high-tech manufacturing firms. We find negative effects on heat stress on productivity for firms in retail, accommodation, and food service activities. However, no significant effect for construction, transportation, mining, utilities, and other sectors. Next, we look at the heterogeneity by firm sizes by dividing firms into 4 categories based on the number of employees they have. Our results show that micro, small, and medium firms all experience negative and significant effects from heat stress. However, no significant effect for large firms, which might reflect their greater resources, technological capacity, and ability to adapt to high temperatures. We conducted several robustness checks, but time is okay. I skipped this, and this is the conclusion. This is the first study to use district-level data from the full population of firms in a developing country context. We combine granular district-level data with firm-level data, allowing for a precise analysis of how different firms are exposed to heat stress, and these are the key findings: rising temperatures, a significantly reduced firm productivity, especially in manufacturing, retail, and accommodation sectors. The impact in manufacturing primarily driven by low-tech firms, and small firms are most affected, whereas large firms show no effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gökçe, for your very interesting presentation. Now, third speaker is Mr. Velihan Başpınar. Mr. Velihan Başpınar is an assistant economist at the Central Bank of Turkey. His research focuses on applied economics, inflation expectations, and firm dynamics. He completed his bachelor's degree in economics at Boğaziçi University in 2021, and he earned his master's degree in economics from Koç University in 2024. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Hocam. I'm very glad to be here, and I thank you for your invitation. Today, I will demonstrate our findings from our recent working paper entitled with the "Do Fuel Pump Prices Shape Inflation Expectations?" My co-author is Okan Akarsu from Turkish Central Bank here. So inflation expectations are very central in economics. It affects every actors in the economy. For instance, households decide their consumption and saving trade-offs in accordance with inflation expectations. And similarly, firms consider inflation expectations while they decide their price-setting behavior and their other decisions, such as hiring or investment decisions. And on the other hand, the market professionals, for market professionals, inflation expectations are also important because they prepare their strategies for the financial markets in accordance with their inflation expectations. So it's important for the asset valuations and financial market dynamics. So on the other hand, energy is very important. Energy is at the heart of economic activity and the decision of economic actors. For several reasons, the energy price is important, and particularly oil price is important because oil is at the center, is the central energy commodity among the subset of commodities. So here I propose three particular role of oil prices. So through which the oil prices are important for the economic activity. First, oil is among the main main input of economic activity. So any fluctuations in the oil prices might change the production cost of firms, and therefore it can lead to the squeeze of the profit margins of firms. So it's important from the point of view of real sector. Secondly, oil is everywhere. In Turkey, for instance, more than 12,000 gas stations available, and each of them has a signboard, and so through which we can see the salient signals, we can see the visible signals every day. So the fluctuations in oil prices, we see them in everywhere, while driving car or while walking in a road. So oil is an important, visible, it's very important, visible daily indicator for macroeconomics. And through its visibility, the economic agents use the information while forming their own inflation expectations. And thirdly, due to its critical role, the fluctuations in oil prices is a fundamental source of economic uncertainty. So any surges or hikes in oil prices might affect economic activity through the first and second channels, and thirdly, it affects by uncertainty channels. So the fluctuation in oil prices itself has an importance in terms of uncertainty. Therefore, at that point, we claim that understanding the relation between the oil prices and the inflation expectations are very important. So in our paper, we try to answer this question by using the Turkish data. So at the here are some research questions. The fundamental one is there. What is the effect of oil prices on inflation expectations of firms, households, and market professionals? And other effects comes. The heterogeneity, what about the dynamic effect, or what about the, for instance, salience? And what about for firms? What about the real outcomes? So we aim to answer all of them in our paper. So, by the way, in the Turkish Central Bank, we have a very rich data set. And in this study, we try to answer the previous research questions by combining these data sets. The firstly, business tendency survey includes the firm's inflation expectations. We can track the firms, we can track firms by monthly frequency, at the monthly frequency, their own expectations, their view of economic outlook, or through the other data sets, their financial behavior. And in the second data set is about consumer tendency survey, so through which we can follow and track the expectations and the sentiments of households. And thirdly, market participants, it contains large corporates from real sector and the financial sector, such as banking. We track their inflation expectations or other macroeconomic variables, and also the financial data sets, such as the we can follow the balance sheet of firms, or we can follow the supplier and buyer network of firms. And lastly, we can track the formal employment dynamics of firms. So through these 6 data sets, we try to answer our previous research questions. Here, it's a general picture, and I think most of you know it very well. Here, the 3 different sectors: market participants, firms, and households. And you can see the mean inflation expectations, mean CPI expectations of these agents. So as you can see, the green one, the households tend to have larger inflation expectations compared to firms and market professionals. At that point, firms are important because firms are at the center. They can see both the supply side relations and they can see both the demand side relations. So they have different data sources than households or than market participants. So it's through this paper we can say that firms and households tend to have relatively higher inflation expectations. And the second plot shows the standard deviation of inflation expectations. So it's a measure for dispersion or it's a measure for disagreement. And you can see a similar picture here. Among the households, the dispersion of inflation expectations are larger. So here, several descriptive statistics. It confirms the previous pictures. Again, the households have the largest inflation expectations, and the market participants have the lowest. And similarly, the firms are at the middle. So they are at the middle between the households and market professionals. So we did two different types of regression analysis. The first one is the static ones. At that stage, we used these panel data structures, and for the dynamic effects, we used the local projections, but I didn't include them. The outputs are here, but due to time limit, I didn't add the regressions. So here, the regression for households. Our key independent variable is the log transformed value of lagged fuel prices. Here, and our dependent variable changes. For instance, here, the CPI expectations of households. And the other Greeks are for the fixed effects. So we try to capture, for instance, province fixed effect or survey, in other words, in time fixed effects, etc. And the chi vector captures the household covariance. So for market professionals, we have inflation expectations for 1 year, 2 year, and 5 year. And there are other known expectations, for instance, the FX rate change or GDP growth expectations. Also, we included some fixed effects here and controls. For instance, we employed both professional level. We employed national controls, such as the change of unemployment rate or FX rate or year-on-year CPI inflation. So I write it. There's a typo. It is not household. It's for firms. So here you can see the regression analysis for the firms. The difference is there. You can see that there's a high intensity component. So as all of you know, in some sectors the energy is more important. For instance, the petroleum or some energy-related sectors. So we generated a particular weight or particular dummy variable high intensity. So if a firm is in a high intensity industry, it takes one. So here our regression setup. Again, our independent variable is the log of lagged pump prices and other things. For instance, firm level controls and macroeconomic controls. So here, this is the regression output for the households. Firstly, the main takeaway in this picture is that 1% increase in fuel prices leads to 0.35% increase in CPI expectations. It's the first effect. And the second information should come from this regression is that it is heterogeneous, as you can see. For instance, the 0.35% effect is for whole sample, but it varies across, for instance, rural or urban populations, or gender, or income groups. So the effect is heterogeneous among these groups. Due to time limit, I don't focus on these details, but I will report in the last part. So the effect on households is heterogeneous. And okay. Okay. So this is the regression output for firms. Again, 1% increase in fuel prices, in pump prices, leads to 0.38% in increase in inflation expectations of firms. Also, we know the PPI expectations, producer price index expectations. The effect is smaller for PPI expectations here. Also, I have to highlight the fact that firms generally regard the increases in fuel prices as stagflationary signals. So when they see the increases in oil prices, the hikes in oil prices, they worsen their own economic expectations. We can see that their own sales price expectation and sales expectations declines. And also the economic perception of economic outlook of firms worsens. Here the negative coefficients depicts. And we also focus on the real outcomes of firms, for instance, the amount of purchases or the amount of sales, and also the number of sales and purchases, so the trade network of firms. And we see that there's a shrinkage after the hikes of oil prices. So it's consistent with this stagflationary view. And for market professionals, a similar picture. Oil price increases the inflation expectations by nature. But important point is that the effect of oil price expectations declines over time. So the most effect is on the closer horizons, and for the longer horizon, it's decays. And also here, consistent with the firm's stagflationary view, the market professionals worsens their own GDP growth expectations. So they expect decline as the oil prices increases. They expect decline in GDP growth rate. And results, as I said, the form, for instance, the heterogeneity among the households, and evidence for is that the effect is stronger among low-income group, high-income group. It's very easy because low-income group, the fuel price plays a larger share at the consumption basket of a low-income group relatively to higher-income groups. And for firms, the effect is larger, the elasticity is larger in energy intensity industries. And these effects have real effects on firms' decisions and behaviors. So the heterogeneity again. Yes, okay. So lastly, as I depicted, the energy prices is central and is important. It has a significance, as we depicted, effect on firms, households, and market professionals' inflation expectations and other decisions. In the later parts, for instance, we use the Brent oil, the global crude oil prices, as a robustness check, and the effect is smaller when we use Brent oil prices. It's okay again because most of firms and households cannot directly buy crude oil. They buy pumps and they see pumps to visibility important when the case is filled. Lastly, the visible prices are important. And lastly, the policymaker should consider the heterogeneity while designing and implementing monetary or an industrial policy. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Başpınar, for your interesting and informative presentation. Our last speaker is Dr. Mahmut Ablay. Dr. Ablay is an economist at the Central Bank of Turkey. He holds a PhD in economics from McGill University in Canada. His research lies at the intersection of labor economics and macroeconomics, with a focus on wage dynamics, firm heterogeneity, and labor market policy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Hello, everyone, and thanks for being here. Today, I will present firm size premium, productivity versus rent sharing, evidence from matched employer-employee data. This is a joint work with Alper Yıldırım from Central Bank. So let me start. So two workers with similar skills can earn very different wages depending on the firm that employs them. Why is that? Because firms differ a lot in productivity, in how they manage people, in how they quickly adopt technology, in how internal labor markets and careers are designed, and even in basic workplace amenities. These differences aren't small, they are first order. And as a result, wages can also differ across firms, not only the level of earnings, but also the dynamics. Okay, putting together differences in firm-specific characteristics and thus pay policies shape the distribution of earnings in modern economies. In this paper, we focus on one firm characteristic that might affect earnings, firm size. a literature going back more than a century shows that large firms pay higher wages. And we call this the large firm wage premium. And usually the large firm wage premium arises from more able workers sorting into larger firms, or from larger firms paying more to similarly qualified workers. And this pattern appears in many countries like the US, Germany, Brazil, Sweden, and the UK. In this paper, building on this literature, we studied three main research questions. First, we examine how much more large firms pay than small firms in Turkey, and how these differences have evolved since the late 2000s. And lastly, we look at the role of size productivity differences and size rent sharing differences in large firm wage premium, or the firm component of the large firm wage premium. In this paper, we use matched employer-employee data set from the Social Security Institution. And this data set includes the formal private sector jobs in Turkey between 2009 and 2023. And we link this data set to firm financials, or firm yearly financial statements from the Revenue Administration. In our data set, we have around 24 million unique workers at 3 million unique firms, and summing to about 174 million worker year observations. To interpret wages in a way that separates worker and firm forces, we estimate the AKM model, a two-way fixed effects framework. Here, a worker's log daily wage is the sum of three pieces. Worker effect, think of it as the worker's time invariant productivity or skill. A firm effect, which measures firm-specific pay premium paid by firm J relative to other firms in the economy. And X is the standard controls like H and province fixed effects, and the last term is an error term. So here, with this estimated worker and firm fixed effects in hand, we can ask how much do wages vary with firm size, and how much of that comes from workforce composition versus firm-specific pay premium. Let's first look at the first column. In first row, we show the total large firm wage premium, which is around 0.80. And this implies that large firms pay significantly higher wages than small firms on average. And when we look at the driver of this large firm wage premium, whether the workforce composition or firm-specific pay premium, what we see is the contribution of workforce composition, the second row, is around 23%. So the 23% of the large firm wage premium is due to workforce composition. More able workers sorting into larger firms. And the remaining 77% is due to firm effect. So it means that on average, larger firms pay significantly higher pay premium than smaller firms, and this explains about 77% of the large firm wage premium. And by gender, the same pattern, we observe similar patterns for men and women, but the large firm wage premium is considerably smaller for women than for men, and this arises from weaker positive sorting of women into large firms, plus a more uniform distribution of women across firm sizes. Due to these two channels, we observe a gender gap in large firm wage premium, and as a result, this explains part of the gender wage gap in the Turkish economy. Okay, now let's look at the evolution of large firm wage premium over time. In this figure, we estimate the previous regressions in three overlapping intervals to evaluate how the large firm wage premium and its mechanisms underlying large firm wage premium have evolved since the late 2000s. We see a clear decline in the large firm wage premium. Okay, from the first period to last period, there is a clear decline in the large firm wage premium as shown in blue. And the main driver of this decline is the firm effect. So over time, for similarly qualified workers, small and large firms have become more alike in what they pay. Okay, and this sets up the question, why did the premium decline? And to understand the mechanism behind the decline in the firm component of the large firm wage premium, we first look at the relationship between firm effect and the productivity. In this figure, on the y-axis, we have the estimated firm effect. On the x-axis, we have the log value added per worker as a proxy for labor productivity at the firm. And there are two main takeaways from this figure. First, there is a clear positive relationship between productivity and firm-specific pay premia, suggesting that more productive firms share some of their productivity with their workers. So there is a clear evidence for rent sharing in Turkish economy. And the second message is from this figure is that rate at which productivity differences translates into pay premia is significantly larger at larger firms. And this suggests that rent sharing elasticity is higher at larger firms. On average, productivity is also higher at larger firms. Which one drives the difference in pay premia between large and small firms? To evaluate this, we apply an Poincaré decomposition. So around 9% of the gap in firm-specific pay premia between large and small firms is due to productivity differences. Around 58% of the gap is due to differences in rent sharing elasticity between large and small firms, and the remaining 33% arise from systematic differences in systematic pay policies between large and small firms. To evaluate the mechanisms underlying the decline in large firm wage premium over time, we apply the same Poincaré composition to period-specific estimates and find that the decline in rent sharing elasticity, differences in rent sharing elasticity between large and small firms is the main mechanism that explains the decline in large firm wage premium over time. So to conclude, in this paper, we show that large firm wage premium exists in Turkey, but in recent years, the magnitude of this pay differences between large and small firms have become smaller and smaller. And the main mechanism behind the large firm wage premium is the rent sharing channel, and the decrease in rent sharing differences between large and small firms in recent years explains the decline in large firm wage premium observed in the data. And the understanding changes in rent sharing behavior is crucial for understanding earnings inequality and the evolution of earnings inequality in Turkish labor market. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Avlar. This is the end of our panel. We would like to thank our distinguished guests from the Central Bank of Turkey for coming and share their knowledge and works with us. Especially 3 of them came from Istanbul just for our conference. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for our moderator and our panelists for this session. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Gülçin Özkan from King's College London, United Kingdom, to deliver her presentation called Should Economics Care About Climate Change? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
So you have my presentation, right? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So the question I pose first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's really nice to be with you today. Obviously, I would have preferred to be with you in person, but still, the topic, the title I set for my presentation is a rather provocative one. Should economists care about climate change? And please note, I specifically cast for economists because obviously we should all care about climate change. So, should economists care about climate change clearly implies that one can only answer this question properly by looking at some economic outcomes. So in the next 20 minutes or so, 19 minutes or so, that's what I'm going to do. Clearly, I think it's uncontroversial to say that climate change is now increasingly evident. So if we could go to the next page, I would like to show you 2 sources of climate risk. Widely acknowledged sources of climate risks as physical risks. This may be temperature rises, events such as flood and fires, as again we have been experiencing with increasing and alarming frequency. So on the left-hand side, we have signs of physical risk in the form of temperature anomalies. We can clearly see the tendency. And on the right-hand side, we have a measure of transition risk. These arise from changes in policy, and that obviously has huge impacts on expectations and therefore economic behavior. So if we look at right-hand side, this is a measure taken from OECD, economic policy stringency. We can see two snapshots. One is from 2020 and one from 2000. So we can clearly see that every country in the sample has an increased intensity of climate policy. So from the viewpoint of economic decision-making, we can imagine a number of different channels through which both physical risk, as evidence on the left-hand side, and transition risk, as evidence on the right-hand side, might work through to have major implications for economic outcomes. Could we go to next page, please? So here I've included a kind of summary of what kind of channels we might, there may be obviously others, but broadly what kind of channels we might have through which these two sources of risk would impact on outcomes. Physical risk, clearly that they may lead to destruction of capacity, destruction of assets, clearly will have implications on investment and consumption through wealth effects. So they might have first round effects on the economy, through that impacts on financial system, and contraction in the financial system would again have a negative loop onto the economy. And that might work for both the physical risk and the transition risk, as we can see on the right-hand side. So what I'm going to present in the next 15 minutes are results from research from an empirical piece with my co-authors Ozan Yıldırım and Özge Yıldırım. This is a project completed during their visit to King's College during the last academic year, where we look systematically at the relationship between these two and an additional risk, climate risk, on a series of, in fact, 3 sets of macroeconomic outcomes. Could we go to next page, please? So in addition to these two well-known physical and transition risk, our argument is that there is also a third source of risk arising from climate policy uncertainty. Here, we have the last 25 years dotted with the newly compiled climate policy index. This is an index compiled from the intensity of news items related to climate policy over this period. We can very clearly see the intensification in this uncertainty arising from intensification of climate risk, climate policy related news. Some of this is due to US withdrawing from Paris Agreement, rejoining, and then a second withdrawal, and a number of other news items and events over this period, over the last 7-8 years, which obviously led to a huge increase in climate policy uncertainty. Could we go to next page, please? So overall, what we are doing here is we are using these 3 sources of risk: physical risk, transition risk, and climate policy uncertainty risk, on 3 sets of economic outcomes. The first one is inflation. So I think a natural question is why we pick these 3 sources of economic outcomes. I think it's fairly uncontentious to think that if one is asking the question of what are the key macroeconomic outcomes, inevitably we would say inflation, we would say economic growth, and underlying that we would say consumption and investment. Underlying economic growth, obviously a reflection of that would be unemployment. As a third category, I would strongly argue that inequality and income distribution outcomes are also very, very important as major sources of movements in both economics and politics over the last 10, 15 years. So we have inflation, different types of inflation as the first category. The second category, we have real outcomes such as economic growth, unemployment. And as a third category, we will also look at income distribution outcomes. So here we have headline inflation, food inflation, and core inflation. Obviously, that's removing the impact of food and energy prices. We very clearly see that all three sources of shocks, physical risk, transition risk, and climate policy uncertainty risk, have had clear implications on all three categories of inflation, but most importantly, as expected, on food inflation and less perhaps on core inflation. Could we go to next page, please? So here we have economic growth outcomes. Again, we can clearly see that all three have negatively impacted economic growth. One of the interesting findings in this particular paper is that climate policy uncertainty risk appears to have the most persistent and, in terms of the size, largest impacts on almost all of the outcomes that we have looked at. Could we go to the next one, please? So this is underlying the previous economic growth outcomes. So if you think about how we get there in terms of equilibrium, obviously we would be moving from aggregate demand combination with aggregate supply, but in that aggregate demand, we would have consumption and investment. So this particular picture doing exactly that, going one step back and looking at the details of that kind of channel of interactions between different types of climate risk and those real outcomes. Again, we can clearly see that all three risks or all three shocks are impacting both consumption and investment. Again, as expected, most people would expect that any change in particularly policy and the expectations about those policy and volatility and frequency of those policies would have a greater impact, as we can see in the second and the third column of impulse responses. Could we go to the next one, please? Okay, here, following from the same line of argument, we have the impact on unemployment and impact on GDP per capita. Again, the columns are indicated with the first one is physical risk, the second one is transition risk, and the third one is climate policy uncertainty risk. And in, again, both cases, we have significant impacts coming from all three, particularly from transition risk and the climate uncertainty risk. Okay, can we go to, okay. So I categorize this as the third category of our outcomes. Why do we worry about that? We have already covered inflation and GDP growth. That's probably the key headline figures in terms of macroeconomic outcomes. I think one way of checking that, whether we have got the right mix of outcomes, if we think about, for example, electoral periods where different political parties running for office would publish their manifestos, almost always one would see targets related to inflation, especially in periods where there has been a recent history of high inflation, to reduce inflation and to attain certain level of economic growth. So I think it would be uncontroversial to say that economic growth outcomes and inflation outcomes are the top categories that citizens worry about. I mean, the presumption has to be that if they are in electoral manifestos. So overall, those I think are fairly uncontroversial. Why I personally argue, and I think there's an increasing appreciation of that in the discipline, that income inequality results or inequality results broadly, perhaps we disregarded in the past, are key areas with critical implications for other outcomes. For example, from the I'm joining you from the UK. The Brexit was very surprising, less surprising to us because we have seen how we got there. I would argue that inequality results or deterioration in inequality had been a key factor. So inequality left unchecked for a long period of time may come back to bite you on places that you wouldn't expect. So this would have a deterioration beyond a certain threshold, would have political as well as economic consequences. So I think most of my recent papers, when I look at economic outcomes, I almost always now include economic inequality. This might be income inequality, it might be wealth inequality, but it's important for us whenever we are measuring performance or whenever we are measuring consequences of policy. My argument would be that this would be the third area where we need to have a very careful look. So this is what we do on this page. We are looking at the impact of those three sources of risk: physical risk, transition risk, and climate policy uncertainty risk. And we can see that all three have an impact on income inequality, raising, in fact, inequality, because all three are associated with a rise in Gini coefficients. Okay. Could we go to next? So I think I have another 5-6 minutes. Is that correct? So I will wrap up. Here are some of the extensions. We look at the impact of, again, these three sources on here, again, inflation, economic growth, and inequality outcomes, comparing advanced versus developing countries. Our results in terms of the relationship between those three sources of risk and outcomes hold for both countries, but its worst set of outcomes are worse in developing countries. Again, I don't think that's surprising. There is overwhelming evidence now to show that developing countries are affected to a greater degree from climate risk. We also look at, I think it's in the next page, we also look at how countries where there's high emission versus low emission are impacted. So we repeat the same exercise. We have the impulse responses of those three cases and those three sets of outcomes. Again, we have similar results where all three risks are important, but climate policy uncertain risks is more important. Obviously, if we are comparing two sets of countries, it's worse for high emission countries. Nonetheless, the relationship still holds for low emission countries. Finally, we also established that from 2008 onwards, there has been a more pronounced impact from all three sources of these shocks and all three sets of macroeconomic variables. So what's so special about 2008? Clearly 2008, 2009 global financial crisis, but there isn't a specific threshold in terms of climate policy, but the change in policymaking environment from 2009 onwards, particularly in the unfavorable direction, seems to have had an impact. All the outcomes are worse after this period. So, leading us to interpret these results as having more pronounced effects in the more recent period. So there are heterogeneous effects of climate risks over time and unfavorably impacting outcomes more recently than in the pre-2008 period. Overall, let me wrap up. So the question, my answer having shown you, I hope you agree, the findings in this paper is that we should absolutely care about climate change. And the reason why we should care about climate change is all three types of climate risks, whether it's the physical risk, transition risk, or climate uncertainty risk, have sizable effect on key outcomes. So key outcomes, to repeat, were inflation, economic growth, and inequality. And this holds, as I have just shown in the last three slides, irrespective of level of development, scale of emissions, or degree of vulnerability. I haven't shown you that particular slide, but we also looked at how these three impacts exhibit themselves in highly vulnerable or less vulnerable countries. We had the same findings. So overall, and given also importantly the fact that the impact has significantly intensified in the last decade, I would say that the answer to that question, should economists care about climate risk? Yes, absolutely. And that should be really at the forefront of any policymaking going forward. Thank you very much.
We sincerely thank you, Professor Özkan. Do we have any questions regarding the presentation? Okay, thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Moving on to our panel session. This panel is called Recent Developments in Industrial Policy Design and Implementation, moderated by our rector, Professor Dr. Murat Yülek, and we are also honored to have with us Professor Dr. Travis Taylor from Christopher Newport University, Professor Dr. Franco Mosconi from University of Parma, Professor Dr. Gabriel Deshinci from National University of San Martin, and finally, Dr. Pierre Giuseppe Furtanado, an economist at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear friends, dear speakers from many different continents. I don't know how many, but many different continents. And I know I sound like the US President, Mr. Trump, as if I can't count, but we have got Professor Gabriel Besczynski from South America, Argentina. So that's one continent. Another one is Professor Franco Mosconi from Parma, Italy. So that's Europe. That's the second continent. Professor Travis Taylor. We can consider it as another continent because it's North America. So that makes it 3. And Dr. Piergiso Fortunato from Europe, from Switzerland, UNCTAD. And I'm from Turkey. I'm in between 2 different continents, Asia and Europe. So it's South America, North America, Europe and Asia. So it's like 4 continents together. And I'm really appreciating Professor Besczynski and Professor Taylor because their timing is very sacrificing. It must be, I think, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. in Newport News.
Yeah, it's actually almost 8 o'clock.
Oh, almost 8 o'clock. So that's good. That's very human. How about Professor Besczynski? What time is it there?
Here it's almost 9 o'clock.
9. Ah, okay. So
Yeah.
so we are fine. We are fine. So thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, participants here at OSTİM Technical University, and also participants in University of Nevada, Reno. This year, the organization is, the CEPIP is organized by University of Nevada. So we thank them for that. We had a wonderful inauguration yesterday evening, very interesting speakers. And today we are continuing with our session. This is a standing session. It's a traditional session now. So we have been doing it in the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. This session always be a standing part of the CEPIP conference. We take an overview of the recent developments in industrial policy and its implementation. And every year, although the topic doesn't really change much, the hype and energy dynamism is always there because the world industrial policy landscape is ever changing. And especially this year, with the U.S. President, Mr. Donald Trump, the let's say, how do we call it, Professor Taylor? Neo-protectionist, something. Industrial policies are coming back, and every week we are having a new decision from your country, Professor Taylor. So we need to interpret what is happening in the US, what's happening in Latin America, and of course in Europe and elsewhere. Unfortunately, we don't have someone from Japan and China in this session because that compact is under another session, which is, I think, after us. Is it after us? Professor Ali Akkemik and Professor York, where is it? Was before, so we already did it. And yesterday, frankly, I watched a wonderful session in Reno, Nevada. I recommend all of you to watch that session. That was the Professor Ron Lemke. Ron Lemke, he's the chair of Economics and Supply Chain Management Department at University of Nevada, Reno. And also Professor Elliot Parker, department chair in economics, department's chair in the University of Nevada, Reno. Both gave an excellent presentation of what's happening in the international trade and US policies in that sense. So having said all that, without taking much of your time, I think we better start with Professor Taylor, who may give us what's happening in industrial policy arena in the US, and then we will take it to other speakers. Professor Taylor, it's your floor.
Well, thank you so much, Murat, and my esteemed colleagues, Gabriel, Franco, and Pierre Giuseppe. So good to see you. I feel like this is getting the band together again. This is become, as Murat said, a standing committee that I look forward to serving on each year. So much to talk about and so little time. But I did watch some of the presentations yesterday, the talk that was referenced by Murat from Nevada. It was very informative. And there was discussion of the tariffs and the pivot towards more protectionism, not just in the United States, but around the world. So I found that very interesting. And there was also a terrific presentation this morning. I was just catching up on the panel with Dr. Ali in Japan. So others should check that out. Anyway, I'm delighted to be here again. Thanks to OSTİM Technical University and University of Nevada, Reno. Again, one of my favorite conferences, probably my favorite conference every year. So thank you so much. I wanted to talk today about implementation of industrial policy in the United States, in particular with the so-called Liberation Day Trump tariffs. I know it's almost a loaded, rigged term, and so I have to be very careful. I want to avoid politics as much as possible. I know that that might be impossible, but I want to focus on the political, I want to focus on the economics and understand perhaps the motivation behind the Liberation Day tariffs by the Trump administration. Last year, I talked more about the other tools of the industrial policy, primarily the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act. So today I'm going to talk to folks about the tariffs. And I do have a number of slides. I'm probably going to skip over some of them to stay on time. So the question becomes, in the United States Industrial Policy 2025, is this a return to optimum tariffs? And so I wanted to just very briefly walk the audience through some of the foundations of optimum tariff theory and how economic thinking has evolved over the years regarding optimum tariffs. And then we will look at what precisely Trump did with the tariffs on Liberation Day and how that compares and contrasts to what the economics literature would argue for. And then we'll end with policy recommendations. So if you haven't been following the news, what happened in April 2025 this year was that Trump announced a universal 10% tariff on most imports. And then there would be additional country reciprocal tariffs ranging really from 20 to 50%. But of course, we heard about some obscene numbers of over 100% for China. You heard initially about almost seemingly random tariff rates of, say, 47% on imports to the United States coming from Madagascar, a small country off the coast of Africa that exports a heck of a lot of vanilla to the United States. And consequently, they're poor and they don't import much from the United States. And so the United States has a sizable dollar trade deficit with Madagascar. So they were kind of singled out. The method to how the actual tariff rates, you might have seen Trump standing up and having a board, a list of different tariff rates for different countries. And then a lot of economists and frankly, social media went to work, even with AI, and tried to determine what was the formula that was used to determine the individual country tariff rates. And that's still somewhat unclear. It was never fully disclosed. It was implemented under the emergency authority of the president. We have something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. And then there were also separate sectoral measures, protection in the United States under what is called Section 232 and 301. For folks that haven't studied much international economics or theory, here's a timeline of the evolution of optimum tariff theory. It actually is not a new idea. It originated from Robert Torrens in 1844, and then you see subsequent contributions. You probably have heard of Alfred Marshall. So Alfred Marshall was one of the first ones to put forth the idea of offer curves that we see if you take an international trade class. People like Harry Johnson in the mid-1900s, Abba Lerner, and then most recently we've seen more I'll mention modern empirical evidence as computing methods have improved with people like OSA and others. So the basic claim, without getting too much into the weeds, is that Torrens was the first to point out that a large country with market power can gain from a tariff if the terms of trade improvement exceeds domestic distortion. So, you know, from a basic economics class, whenever there's a tax, and a tariff is a tax, whenever there's a tax, there's going to be a market distortion. And so typically we want to target, when we tax and we want to raise revenue, even in your domestic market, we want to tax goods that are going to cause the least amount of distortion. So typically goods that have inelastic demand. So you'll see in the formulas that follow, typically for an optimum tariff, we're going to be looking for a subset of goods that have fairly low elasticities or low price sensitivities. Torrens pointed out that this sets the stage. The gain is not automatic, so you're going to get what's called a terms of trade improvement in this case, but you also have that distortion in the home market. The implication for 2025 is that the existence of terms of trade does not justify uniform 10% across the board. This is just an example you might have seen if you took an international economics class. This is just an example of what offer curves look like. And offer curves, you have two country offer curves there, and it just shows that what would be the amount of exports that would be offered for a certain amount of imports at different relative prices. And so then we go to the intersection where you see it listed there as an equilibrium, and where you see the intersection of the offer curves, that's going to give us that line called the terms of trade. And so the idea of having an optimum tariff, if you're a large country, is that you can adjust the terms of trade. So you'll see in a following graph that that the offer curve for the United States with a tariff is going to shift inward, thereby, in theory, improving the terms of trade if there's no significant retaliation. That's a big if. So then we had contributions from people like John Stuart Mill and Bickerdijk with formalizing this tariff rate would be effectively the inversion of 1 over the export elasticity. The foreign export supply elasticity is in the denominator. But people like Abba Lerner then also contributed to our understanding of using this type of tool for industrial policy. And he warned quite correctly that there's a lot of downstream effects. And consequently, yes, you could put these types of barriers up, these import tariffs, but you could think of the import tariff also ultimately resulting in an export tax. So it could make it harder for American producers to sell their products eventually to other countries. Here, I won't go into detail here, but you see the blue offer curve line is the original offer curve for the United States. And then you can see that the dashed red line here to the left of the blue line is the impact of the Liberation Day tariff. So you see it shifting left and thereby causing an intersection and you see a black solid line. You see the pivoting of the terms of trade line. However, what the Trump administration certainly needs to consider, and I know they're very much aware of this, is that it's not as simple as setting a tariff rate as 1 over epsilon, but we also have to include other factors. These are called Armington type of elasticities. So this is sigma is a substitution. And if you look at the last term on the right, you have 1 over 1 plus lambda, which depends on the elasticity of substitution between domestic products and foreign products in America. And then you have eta here, right? And this would be the general price elasticity of demand, okay? So the bottom line is, without getting too much into the weeds, is that the more inelastic of all of these variables, the higher the associated optimal tariff would be. I did a little worked up exercise where I used this formula and walked in the working paper. We're walking through an example of something that is fairly elastic, which is light fixtures, HS9405, with something like airplanes, which is not as elastic. And you can see in applying the formula that the optimum tariff would be higher for something like airplanes at 36% versus light fixtures, where there's a lot of substitutability and also the elasticity. It's a lot easier for foreign suppliers to find different markets to replace the American market. So consequently, the optimal tariff would be lower. And this is shown by a type of three-dimensional. I did a numerical simulation that shows how the optimal tariff would change depending on different levels of the substitution elasticity sigma and the foreign export supply elasticity epsilon for a given eta. And you can see, I know there's a lot going on here, but I made it as like a heat map. And so you can see that most of this 3D figure shows a dark blue area. So the blue area and the colder colors, if you will, are associated with lower optimal tariff rates. So in general, you can see that based off of the data that I've calibrated from what the literature says is the calibrated elasticities, that in fact, most of the optimal tariffs should be lower. You only get into the red. You see the reddish area. The reddish area is only in instances when basically you have very inelastic parameters. So let me jump to the ending here because I'm running out of time. But the modern evidence with big data has found that tariffs are higher where foreign export supply is inelastic. OSA found that trade wars are costly, no surprise. Cooperation yields large gains. And Amity et al. Find that you have near complete pass-through in 2018. So even though we had the Trump tariffs in 2018, most of the tariff levels, tariff rates were actually paid for by the American consumers. So there was almost complete pass-through. So the assessment against the literature is that selectivity matters. Uniform 10% is really mistargeted. Optimality is small. A small and product specific is better. Lerner's contribution was that broad import tariffs effectively can be thought of as also an export tax. And this is going to shrink exports and blunt the terms of trade gains. Strategic thinking from Johnson and company tells us that, yes, we don't expect our foreign friends and allies to just sit tight, that typically we will have retaliation, and then we'll end up with a non-cooperative Nash equilibrium that's really subpar. And the empirics show there's a high pass-through. We should use an elasticity screen. America would be better off targeting a short list of a smaller number of industries and products that are in particular strategic industries. So this would relate back to my presentation last year about the benefits of the CHIPS Act and the IRA. and we want to leverage other industrial policy tools and not be as reliant on tariffs. So if not for efficiency, why pursue it? This is my last slide. If not for efficiency, why pursue it? And I'm not going to take the easy way out of arguing that Trump is crazy. No, Trump has a really thoughtful staff of economic advisors. Stephen Moran from Harvard was one of his key economic advisors before heading over to the Federal Reserve. These people know all the theory that I just walked everyone through. So what's going on? Well, Trump, the kind of bumbling bureaucrat theory is that they've misdiagnosed and they focus on trade deficits. So that this kind of misunderstanding, this inappropriate, incorrect focus on bilateral balances rather than welfare and efficiency. Alternatively, and I think there's some merit to the second one here, is that maybe Trump and company are viewing it as a market plus security bundle. This would be from like international political economy. The idea that trade is used as statecraft with allies, and tariffs as leverage paired with security FDI commitments. And so we know that our friends over in Europe, in response to Trump, have increased their contributions to NATO for defense spending after many years of oftentimes being below the 2% level. Now they've raised it above 2%. Another hypothesis, I should say, that's been put forward is this is a reset of U.S. production, the belief that the broad tax catalyzes reshoring. And then I like an interesting idea from Ian Fletcher, who wrote a book on U.S. industrial policy, and he's arguing for rules rather than discretion, and he's arguing for a global minimum tariff like the 10%, and he's arguing that it's not perfect, but it's pragmatic and it's less prone to lobbying. And then there's certainly the tax revenue generation. So these are just some thoughts that I've had today, but I hope this was useful for the audience today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Travis. This was excellent. And this deserves an even longer time of discussion than your presentation time. But unfortunately, we don't have time. So maybe we can save it for another session out of CEPIP. But really, this was a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Now, let's now fly to Argentina. Professor Bezczynski, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to thank CEPIP organizing committee and you, Murat, in particular, for inviting me to take part of this event as every year. Well, in the next minutes, I'll discuss Latin America as a stage for the commercial and monetary war between the United States and China and its impact on the prospects for industrial policy and development in the region. China is now the top trading partner for much of Latin America and the major source of both foreign direct investment and lending, including its massive Belt and Road Initiative. I'll refer to it as BRI from now on. Although prior US administrations have sought to push back against Beijing's influence, the second Trump administration has widely relied on coercive diplomacy, which uses the threat of force or actual force to try and dictate the behavior of adversaries and allies alike as the chief means of pursuing its foreign policy objectives, including the repeated threat and application of tariffs, as Travis said in his presentation, sanctions, and even military action. And nowhere is this more true than in Latin America. Since his inauguration, President Trump has made repeated claims that China operates the Panama Canal and has threatened to take back the waterway from Panama, which has controlled it since 1999. He has also called for U.S. military strikes in Mexico to dismantle criminal organizations. The White House has threatened slapping tariffs of 25% on Colombia after the country refused to allow U.S. military flights carrying deported migrants to land there, and then subjected Mexico to 25% tariffs on steel, aluminum, and car imports. As part of his Liberation Day tariff decisions, as Travis said, President Trump also imposed a baseline 10% tariff on many Latin American and Caribbean countries, with higher levies for Nicaragua and Venezuela. In August, the Trump administration imposed a 50% tariff on several Brazilian goods in retaliation for possible conviction of former President Bolsonaro for the attempted coup d'etat in January 2023 after the he lost the election. Bolsonaro was finally convicted, but the tariff did not significantly affect Brazil, which was able to reorient its exports to China and other markets. Over the past 2 decades, China has rapidly expanded its economic footprint in Latin America through trade. Chinese trade with Latin America grew from just $12 billion dollars in 2000 to more than $430 billion in 2021, driven by demand for a wide range of commodities, from soybeans and corn to copper, iron, oil, and other raw materials. These imports, meanwhile, were tied to an increase in Chinese exports of value-added manufactured goods. Economic linkages between the two regions are not restricted to trade. China has extended more than 140 billion in sovereign loans since 2005 to Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Venezuela, and other countries, often in exchange for oil. China has also prioritized foreign direct investment through its BRI, sending billions to Chinese and Latin American companies that have invested in regional infrastructure projects, including bridges, port facilities, hydroelectric dams, and highways. In Latin America, 11 countries have signed onto the BRI, and this has made China the top economic partner for many countries in the region, expanding its soft power and challenges America's historic dominance. While Latin American governments increasingly view China as a pragmatic and attractive economic partner, the US has responded reactively, risking further erosion of its influence amid rising geopolitical competition. The Trump administration is using tariff negotiations to pressure U.S. trade partners to limit their dealings with China. The logic of this is to extract commitments from allies to isolate China's economy in exchange for reductions in tariff barriers with the U.S. In other cases, such as Panama, the pressure is not limited to the threat of tariffs. President Trump mentioned Panama in his inaugural address, criticizing China's presence in the canal zone and saying that the U.S. would take the canal back. After a visit from the U.S. Secretary of State, Panama withdrew from the BRI, forced the sale of the Hong Kong company that managed the ports at both ends of the canal to a U.S. consortium, and agreed to allow the U.S. to rotate troops into Panama. Coercive diplomacy does, however, carry risks for the U.S. While Panama caved to the U.S. demands in the short terms, other countries may look at this behavior and prefer to choose China. This is especially true for South American states, which are less tethered economically, historically, or culturally to the U.S. Washington's heavy-handed tactics in the region may also serve to bolster China's diplomatic position. By casting itself as a partner that avoids conditionality, China may be able to contrast its approach with the increasingly transactional nature of U.S. diplomacy. And China is aware that no Latin American country has successfully negotiated preferential treatment from the Trump administration in exchange for changing its policies toward China. While Beijing remains alert to the possibility that some states might accept Washington's offers, it is also acutely aware that most governments, particularly commodity exporters, are unlikely to jeopardize lucrative Chinese markets without firm and tangible benefits from the U.S. In this way, America's pressure campaign may inadvertently be reinforcing the narrative Beijing seeks to promote, that China, not the U.S., is the more reliable global partner. The largest economies in Latin America are trying to avoid picking sides. Even before the arrival of the second Trump administration, for example, Brazil had chosen to pursue a path of strategic non-alignment and autonomy characterized by selective engagement in trade and investment. In November 2024, Chinese President Xi visited President Lula da Silva to court Brazil for the BRI. However, Lula politely declined and instead offered to discuss how China and Brazil could cooperate on mutually agreeable terms. Brazil's reluctance to join the BRI reflects the philosophy of strategic non-alignment in a few key ways. First, Brazil has sought to balance relations with multiple global powers rather than aligning too closely with any single one. Second, Brazil under President Lula has emphasized domestic-led infrastructure investment, often through institutions like the Brazilian Development Bank. Third, Brazil has exhibited some strategic caution toward China. While China remains Brazil's largest trade partner, the Lula government has avoided deeper dependence on Chinese financing for infrastructure. An example of how, within the framework of this non-alignment strategy, Brazil can continue to advance in large projects with China in the expansion of the port of Santos, near the largest city of Brazil, Sao Paulo, and a high-speed train that will connect it with the recently inaugurated port of Chancay in Peru, with a Chinese investment of $3.5 billion, which would generate a new bioceanic corridor. Argentina's case is a very particular one. While Argentina has not historically had very close commercial ties with the United States, their economies are more competitive than complementary, it is currently governed by Milei, a far-right libertarian whose foreign policy is one of unconditional alignment.
Gabriel, can you wrap up, let's say, in a few minutes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Milei, who you may know, is a far-right libertarian whose foreign policy is one of unconditional alignment with the U.S. His economic plan is based on a strong fiscal adjustment, commercial openness, and an overvalued exchange rate to contain inflation. The fiscal adjustment of over 30% of public spending in the first year involved a sharp reduction in pensions, funding for provinces, education, scientific research and technology, and the paralysis of public works, generating a strong recession which caused Argentina to suffer the largest drop in industrial activity worldwide last year. Given the extreme weakness of the Argentine economy in April, Milei's government received a 20 billion loan from the IMF, in addition to the 45 billion Argentina had received in 2018, which has not been yet repaid yet, and now it had just received. Yesterday, he was at the White House with President Trump, a support from the U.S. Treasury for another 20 billion. According to the statements of the Treasury Secretary Bessent himself, the conditions for this support include Argentina's commitment to push China out of the country, grant priorities to U.S. companies for the exploitation of the country's natural resources, lithium, copper, gold, uranium, rare earth, oil and gas, for the privatization of public companies, including nuclear plants, and the construction of a naval base in Tierra del Fuego in the far south of the country, which is key for controlling traffic between the Atlantic and the Pacific and for access to Antarctica. For now, the response from most Latin American states to demands from the US and China to choose their preferred ally is to avoid definitively picking a side. Brazil's rejection of the BRI in favor of a series of bilateral agreements with Beijing is one example of this strategy in action. Following this example, most countries in the region would prefer strategic non-alignment, since it allows them to benefit from both the US and China. Of course, the US may actually consider this a small victory, since countries relying less on BRI may possibly turn to Western and domestic financing mechanisms through though at potentially higher costs. The ideal situation for achieving greater autonomy and preserving the possibility of implementing industrial policies would be to have regional integration, or at least coordination, which would allow them not only to negotiate under better conditions with both powers, but also to take advantage of economies of scale and achieve a critical mass of resources to implement effective industrial policies. This coordination does not seem possible for the moment, so the best possible situation for the countries of the region is for each one to be able to maintain a position of non-alignment. The region's future development prospects will largely depend on the ability of countries to resist US pressure to reduce their economic relations with China, and on China's ability to offer countries benefit that outweigh the cost of not yielding to that pressure. It will also largely depend on the result of upcoming elections in key countries in the region, which could lead to right-wing governments more aligned with the Trump administration. Chile and Bolivia in the coming months, and Brazil and Colombia next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. As usual, you have provided a very balanced, let's say, account of what's happening in Latin America in terms of political economy. Again, there is a lot to discuss about all that you have said, but unfortunately, we don't have time. So maybe we will arrange some other sessions before the end of the year, some international sessions, so we can talk about these things. Now, let's fly to Europe, to Italy. Italy is another, now the third country and third very colorful leader for a country. You have a very colorful leader. She is very much liked in Turkey, Franco. Franco, can you hear me? Your PM, Franco, can you hear me? I think he cannot hear us. Your microphone.
Yes, I am sorry. I am sorry.
I was saying that you also have a very colorful leader, as colorful as the leader of Argentina and also as colorful as the leader of US. And she is liked very much in Turkey, your leader. She is very popular here.
I know.
Now let's see if things are also as colorful as that in European industrial policy. So the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Murat, for this new invitation, which follows many other to CEPIP International Conference. I do agree with the other speakers, with the other friends. Is always a delight to participate in your academic initiatives. Unfortunately, I will speak about the European perspective on industrial policy, and so I don't have a precise answer to your colorful question, but that's
okay.
I prefer to stick on my own subject. Anyway, very quickly, this slide, the next one, I'll start with R&D expenditure, because my focus in this 10 minutes presentation will be on the new European industrial policy. And the reason why I start from R&D and then human capital will become clear along the way. So the blue bar of the histogram, the blue bars speak for themselves. This is the EU as a whole, the first one. This is Germany. This is Italy. This is US and Japan. And this is your country. Okay, next one, we move on. The next one, a short summary of these figures. Please move on to the next slide.
There you go.
No, not that one.
Yes.
No. No, there is a misunderstanding. I am sorry. The number 5, the slide number 5. According to my presentation. Otherwise, I'll try to share my own screen, because...
No, give us a second.
Yes.
Slide 5. This is slide 5 in the version that we have.
So may I try to share the screen?
Go one more, or let Professor Franco do the sharing. Is this the one? Go one more.
No. No,
maybe Franco, we will let you share. We will let you share.
I'll try to do so, but to share the screen, condividi. Do you see something or not?
No, nothing. We don't see anything.
Just okay, so we will do that without presentation. So 5 minutes without presentation. I am very sorry. I'll send you.
Was the presentation on the screen right presentation? The one that we put?
Yes, but not the number of pages that I have prepared. So
okay,
it's quite difficult to speak without the right slide. I prefer to say something in 5 minutes and without presentation.
Okay, fine.
So, summing up, the main focus of EU industrial policy today is, to my mind, knowledge-based investments. That's the key point. R&D, human capital, and information technology. I would like to say, taking into account the wonderful Travis presentations on the Trump tariff, that to reinforce the knowledge-based investment throughout Europe is the real challenge despite the Trump tariff. Why? R&D intensity, the well-known ratio between R&D expenditure and GDP. Europe as a whole, the 27 member states of the European Union, have a ratio, an intensity, an R&D intensity of 2.26%, something more 2%. The United States and Japan are well above 3%. China itself is also growing in this regard and is at 2.58. That's a first gap on R&D investment. Shifting from the countries to the companies, let me say, from countries to the companies, we should have a look to the well-known industrial R&D investment scoreboard. We have a global ranking and, second step, a European ranking. The world ranking, the companies investing more on R&D. Alphabet, Meta, Apple, Microsoft. At the 5th place, Volkswagen, the first European company in this. That's the. Okay, we move on. Okay, that's one. Volkswagen, you see, in the 5th place. This in right side, focusing upon the European ranking, you see Volkswagen, many other companies belonging to the automotive sector, plus 3 companies in the pharmaceuticals, Sanofi, Boehringer, and Bayer, and we see only one company, I put in red color, SAP from Germany, operating in the so-called software and computer services. We move on to the next. It's a very strong comparison. I would like to draw your attention on the last bullet point, because in Europe, at the top of the ranking, there are no any new sectors, and the US dominates. We move on to the next. I would like to reflect 1 minute on human capital. Please move on to the next, the histogram. Among many other indicators, in the field of the so-called educational attainments, I would like to focus upon this indicator, population with tertiary educational attainment, because there is a European target. As for the case of R&D, in the R&D investment, the EU should achieve the 3%. In this case, the EU set a target, the 45%. So the next one, the next slide, at the top of the ranking, you see Ireland, Luxembourg, Lithuania, Netherlands. France, drawing the attention on the 3 biggest manufacturing powers, France, Germany, and Italy, you see the results. France is already above target, more than 50%, followed by Germany, and as in the case of R&D, Italy is lagging behind. All in all, putting together R&D and human capital, the two histograms, we should say that the main manufacturing powers do not have exceptional results if we take a look at the knowledge-based investment. Please move on. The next one, thank you. This is a well-known chart. The first time I drafted this triangle of the European industrial policy was when Murat edited his book on industrial policy in 2014. The side number 1 and the side number 2 are acquis communautaire, while where Europe has many effort to make is the third side, what we should call technology policy, that according to the new industrial policy means knowledge investment, enabling technologies, and strategic sectors. The next one, I am going to a conclusion. Something has been changing in Brussels. Of course, we don't have today final result, but something on industrial policy is going on. Take a look to the bullet points. A so-called integrated approach has gradually taken shape in Brussels, which means putting together the traditional horizontal approach with vertical applications. In turn, vertical applications means strategic sectors, the important project of common European interest, big European-wide projects as a result of partnership among many partners. Another vertical application is the so-called CHIPS Act. And of course, in this kind of context, an outstanding technical university, I would like to mention European programs which work quite well as Horizon, Erasmus Plus, and the European Research Council. Of course, the order of magnitude of the programs is not the order required, but these are good programs for upgrading our investment in knowledge. In addition to the work done by the European Commission, now on the table there are the forward-looking recommendation given by the Letta report on the single market, as well as the Draghi report on the competitiveness. A couple of quotes are on the right side of the slide. Concluding, the next and final one, the EU has great manufacturing traditions, starting with Italy, France, and Germany, the biggest founding fathers of what we today label European Union. On the other hand, performances in terms of investment in knowledge, the real investment for the future, are characterized as the R&D expenditure and the human capital attainment shows by lights and shadows, excellences alongside gaps. The EU doesn't have a fully fledged industrial policy, an industrial policy pursued at supranational level.
Franco, can you wrap up in a minute or so?
I finish. I am about to finish.
Yeah. Because Pepe will have to leave at 4 p.m. Okay. Yes. Okay.
There is this big challenge of the supranational level of government. How do we move towards this supranational level of government? We don't have the magic wand. We have the member states with individualism. We should only reflect, discuss, and exchange ideas as we are doing today. Grazie.
Okay, thank you so much. Now let's have Dr. Piergiso Fortunato, because we are running a little bit out of time, and he will have to leave in 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever. So, Pepe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Murat. Yeah, I will have to leave after my presentation, I'm sorry. But I hope if there are any questions or doubts, we can maybe have another session discussing it. First of all, thank you very much to you for organizing these every year. And thank you very much to Gabrielle, Franco, and Taylor. It's really a pleasure to share the floor with them year after year. It's becoming one important date in my calendar, this big meeting. And thank you for the presentation, which have been incredibly insightful. So let me move a bit. What I would say, it's like we've been looking at US, we've been looking at Europe, we've been looking at Latin America, and of course. I'm working for an international organization for United Nations, so let me take more of, say, a broad perspective on industrial policy, a global perspective on industrial policy, looking in particular on what is happening in terms of green industrial policy. Much of the industrial policy has been framed as green industrial policy in the last few years. That's part of an effort. It began, in a sense, with China more than 15 years ago, and then it took speed with the first von Leyen presidency commission in Europe, and with the Biden administration. Now with Trump, things are changing a bit, as Taylor was discussing it. What I will be doing, let me see if I can operate this in a proper way. So what I will be doing in my 10-15 minutes, you see the scrolling the slides? Can you see it? They are moving. Yeah. No?
Yes, the cover, Pier Giuseppe.
Just
yes,
the cover. You have the cover. They don't move. That's problematic.
Sizde mi? Kontrol nerede? O zaman slide başlatın. Is this what you want? Tamam. Bekleyelim.
I think now you can see another slide, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, you
okay,
came back.
That's fantastic. Sorry for the technical problems. Let's see if we can operate this properly. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So what I would try to do in this 10-15 minutes is basically comparing some of the good news and the bad news that we have on our way to net zero, to fighting the climate change. In a sense, is following the Gulzin presentation, the session before us, when she finalized her presentation, claiming that we need to care about climate change, and then looking what policy do we need, if they are already in place, or what we could do more in order to obtain, to reach the goals that we set to ourselves in order to avoid the worst consequences of rising temperatures and climate change. Now, let me start with the good news, which is always a good way to step in an issue. And of course, as most of you, I guess know that the prices of renewable energy have been dramatically going down in the last 10 years. If you think to photovoltaic cells, onshore wind, offshore wind, electric vehicles, cost of battery has been going down dramatically. And in the upper part of this graph, you see how these costs have been going down. And of course, the other side of the mirror is the fact that as prices have been going down, the intake, the uptake of this technology has been going extremely up. So much more wind power, much more solar power, much more use of electric vehicles, of course, in Asia in particular, but also in the western part of the world. And that's, of course, an excellent news. Let me see if I can move my slides on. And then you will see, okay. And of course, one of the consequences that you can see is that, renewable energy, in particular wind and solar, are becoming, the uptake of wind and solar, it's unprecedented. That is, the quantity of electricity that we're producing using renewable resources has been faster than the uptake of nuclear power, of the fossil fuels. Of course, in 20 years, we've been doing a lot of progress in this direction. Now, that's one side of the coin. Of course, the other side of the coin is, I don't know to move, actually, I don't know how to, okay, that's fine. And of course, most indeed of the electricity, the increase in the electricity demand, because the world is growing and many developing countries are growing, has been covered by green electricity production, in particular coming from solar and wind power. Now, the other side of the spectrum, it's very difficult for me. The other side of the spectrum is what we have in these slides, is that despite the increasing uptake, the reduced of the cost and increasing uptake of renewable energies, especially in Asia, but generally all around the globe, what you're observing is that emissions are keep increasing. These are slides that I guess if you're working a bit with climate change, you should be familiar with, is the time series of greenhouse emissions. And actually, apart from a dip, which is relative to 2020, 2021, that is the COVID emergency, when we shut down our economies, the emission of greenhouse gases have been keep increasing along the year. So more green power, reduce of cost of green energy, but still we are emitting more and more because we are growing, and that's especially the story of developing economies. I don't know. Okay, that's perfect. So, and the other side of the spectrum here is that since greenhouse gas emissions are increasing, the space that we have less is reducing. The one on the left side is very complex slide produced by the UNPCCC. But basically what it's telling us is that even in the best case scenario, that is cutting down our emission to zero, to net zero by 2050, in principle, the increasing of temperature will not go above the 1.5 degree, the level that was there before the first industrial revolution. But the problem of this graph, as if you are a statistician, you can just have a first impression to this, is that the tails are really nasty. That is, even if we got to net zero by 2050, there is still a huge probability that things are not going as we would like to do. And the other way of looking at this is the story of carbon budget that we made. We have been using basically all the carbon budget that we have, and we have very little margin in the last 20, 30 years in order to be on a safe path not to save the planet, because that's an expression which I don't like that much, but in order to keep conditions of life which are acceptable for the human beings in the next 20 to 30 years. Now, what is the problem? The problem has basically four problems. First of all, there is a technological problem. I'm speaking about basically energy and electricity production, which is the one thing that we know how to do it green, but there are a lot of functions in the economy, like in particular producing some critical materials, what Vaclav Smil defined as the pillars of our civilization, which are aluminum, ammonia, cement, and steel, which basically steel, now we are starting to do hydrogen steel, but we do not know how to do it green. And these are extremely carbon intensive. And given the business as usual, if we project what we're doing now in 20 years, we're gonna need more and more of these materials. And that's first problem. The second problem is what Brett Christopher defined a price problem in a very nice book he published last year. And it's the fact that it's true, that relative prices of producing green energy are going down in a dramatic way, as I was showing you in the first graph of my presentation. But the problem is that price is not enough to justify investment and the level of investment that we need in green energy, because the returns on green projects are not yet comparable with the one of gray energy production, that is fossil fuel based production, and is basically related to the price volatility with green energy. And the way in which, and then again, we'll need more time about this, but the way in which, especially in Europe, we decided to unbundle the electricity market explain part of this mistake. The third issue, it's probably the most important one, and this is what I would define as structural issues. That is the idea that changing the sources of energy production from fossil fuels to wind and solar to green energy more in general will impact trade, industry, fiscal revenue, will impact everything. It's not just about energy transition in a sense. It's a dramatic economic transition which can dramatically impact the population of many countries. You can take, for example, India. India is a country with a dramatic solar potential in terms of energy transition, but still more than 40% of the revenues of the governments come from fossil fuels, and more of half of the revenues of what it is the greatest rail company in the world, the India Rail Company, come from the transport of fossil fuels across the countries. So changing all of this, it's really dramatic, and this is a structural economic transformation that goes well beyond energy. And the last issue is about political economy. The first issue here has to do with early retirement of capital. The fact that we have a lot of gigawatts of fossil fuel-based electricity which are already installed, that are not that are still operatable, so to speak, and we need to dismiss this before the natural deadline of this installation. And also there is a problem of distribution of resources among within countries, because fossil fuel resources are usually located in specific areas of the countries, which would lose much more than other areas of the country from a dramatic green transition. This is the case, for example, in Canada, where much of the fossil fuel resources are located in Alberta or Southern Africa, where much of the fossil fuel resources are located in Mpumalanga region. We can move the slides on. Okay. The fifth issue, it's again, in a sense, a political economic issue, and has to do with geography. We speak a lot about geopolitics. Geography has a lot to do with what we're talking about nowadays, and it's the fact that, in a sense, those countries which created the problem in the first instance, which are basically the countries that benefit more for the first and the second industrial revolution, Western economies, which are now say grouped in the OECD countries, are not the one that can solve the problem, because now emissions are growing in those countries which are growing dramatically from an economic point of view, which are not responsible for the problem. That is emerging economies, and China in particular. Now, this is what we can move to the next slide. Thanks. This is what a diplomat from South Africa a couple of years ago, was the ambassador at WTO at the time, defined to me as a second-hand smoker problem. That is, we have been suffering from a problem created by other countries, but now these countries are asking to us to solve the problem. This graph is just showing you the cumulated emissions which took place in the last 160 years since the first industrial revolution, and which created the problem of climate change. And of course, this came mostly from US and Europe. Now, one good news, we can move forward the slide, thanks. One good news is that the country which is going to emit more, because it's going to require more energy in the years to come, which of course is China, and we can skip, go to the next slide, thanks, is also the country which, because of the investment in green energy, which took place mostly starting after the turn of the millennium, anticipating and predating a lot what Western country did, is the country which is doing more progress in terms of green energy production. As you can see, more than half of the global addition in wind and solar generation in 2023 come from China. These are the Ember data. The new data that are coming are telling us that this year the performance of China relative to the other countries of the world has been even better. And then we can move to the next slide. Next one, thanks. And also, China is the country that deployed low carbon technology much more quickly than other economies, than other countries in 2023. It's not even comparable, no, the level of dominance of China in terms of electric vehicles, in terms of heat pumps, and in terms of electrolysis, which is pretty critical, especially when you think to steel, to hydrogen steel, which I was mentioning before. We can move to the next slide. So what we need to do at the global level and at the domestic level now, I think that here, and what the work that we're doing in my institution, in the United Nations Trade and Development, it's first of all, we need to think to broader policy solutions. Here it's not a matter of thinking to green policy in a narrow way. In a sense, I'm participating to COP each and every year since now is 2018 was my first one. And the way in which the problem is framed there, it's about carbon emission reduction. I think it's not enough. I think what we need to think, it's a transformation of an economy, not only a reduction of emission. We need to look at socially desirable outcome overall for developing and for developed countries in order to be on the right path. And in order to do this, I think an extremely important concept, and here I'm coming back to our dear, for all of us, meeting each and every year in CEPIP industrial policy, it's green industrial policy, where for green industrial policy, what we really mean is any government measures aimed at accelerating the structural transformation towards a low carbon, resource efficient economies in a way that also enables productivity enhancement. So the objective should be double: increasing productivity and probably increasing employment as well, especially when you talk about developing countries, and reducing carbon emission. That's the only way in which we can actually get to a socially desirable transition towards a green economy. And in order to do this, what you need to implement is not just industrial policy stricto sensu, but a series of policies from trade policy to fiscal policy to macroeconomics policy consistent with this objective. We can move to the next slide, which actually will be my last slide today. How can we distill this? What does this mean in more pragmatic terms? I think we need basically three kinds of to operate on three dimensions. The first one is a domestic dimension, is a national dimension. What we need here is strategic approach with targeted measure, which goes beyond the in a sense narrow market-based approach that we have been adopting till now to internalize externalities. It's not only a matter of internalizing externalities here. It's really a matter of creating the incentives to change the economic structure. In a sense, is what China has been doing. And therefore, from a global point of view, what we need is a reform of the trade system which would allow other developing countries, apart from China, which got the dimension and the bargaining power to do whatever they wanted, as US is doing now, whatever they wanted, despite of trade agreement at the global level, to undertake a series of industrial policy measures, which are by now very difficult to undertake, given the standards and the agreements which have been sealed at the global level. Transfer of technology and therefore local content policies is extremely important. The use of subsidies is extremely important, and it's extremely important, what I would say, going beyond unilateralism. What European has been doing with the CBAM, I don't think it's a good way and it's a wise way to approach this kind of problem. This from a trade point of view, but from a global point of view, we also have another important issue, which is allowing access to this country to the financial resources that they need in order to mitigate the effect of the increase of emission, in order to adapt to the increased temperature which has already been there, and to repay the cost that they have been paying. I just give you a couple of examples, just to give you an idea of what the dimension of the problem I'm speaking here about. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago actually, in Glasgow, COP27, there was an agreement that was celebrated, especially in the Western world, this loss and damage fund. It is the creation of a fund in order to compensate somehow the country, especially the small island which lie in the Pacific, which were paying already enormous costs because of the climate change. So there was a big announcement, and then we started collecting the funds, and after 2 years, we got in that funds no more than $40 million, which is peanuts, you know. Maybe a left wing back in the Premier Division would cost more than $40 million. That is an offense. And this, of course, if this is the scenario that we live in, it will be extremely problematic solving any kind of problem. Another example comes from my first year in the United Nations, was 2006. Ecuador in that year discovered in the Yasuni region, which is an amazing place in which you have more of the biodiversity than all the rest of the two Americas, is host in that part of Ecuador. They discovered fossil fuels, they discovered oil reserves. So Rafael Correa, that at the time was the president of Ecuador, came at the United Nations in September, was following the speech and said, look guys, we discovered oil there. It's a very poor region of the world, so we need resources. Can you help us getting resources, and we can commit not to exploit that reserves? And there was a standing ovation. Everybody was supporting the idea. And again, much more in line with the story of the loss and damage fund I was telling you before. In 3 years' time, only $20 million were connected. And therefore, Ecuador started exploiting this area. This year, last summer, after 15 years of exploitation, there was finally a referendum in Yasuni, in Ecuador, to stop exploiting the oil reserves and preserve biodiversity. Guess what? All the regions of Ecuador were voting in favor of stopping the exploitation of the Yasuni region, but one region, which is the region which was hosting the reserve. That is, it's a huge political economy problem, because in many cases, all the cost of the transition or all the lost benefit are concentrated in small areas. And we need a global effort in order to compensate the cost. Last point, which is extremely important for the work that I do in ANCTA. No, please, you can get back. No, you can get back to last slide. You can get back to the previous slides, thanks. That's fine, that's my last slide. I'm not go to the other one. It's the regional dimension, which I think is extremely important. When we think to green transformation and fighting climate change, the regional dimension is extremely important. And I think just to summarize, it's extremely important for 3 reasons. First of all, because critical minerals are commodities, and critical mineral markets are extremely volatile. In the short term, because there is, of course, an hyper-financialization of these commodities, but also in the long term, because we don't know what technology we're going to use in 10 years' time. For example, now we know that lithium is essential for EV batteries. We don't know whether this will be the case in 10 years. So pulling together different countries from the same region can serve as an hedging device in order to increase the portfolio on critical minerals. It will also be extremely important in order to diversify the energy metrics. As we know, renewable energy has a problem with respect to fossil fuels. They are intermittent. Wind is not flowing all time. Sun is not shining all time. Okay, so and we don't have storage technology efficient enough to overcome this problem. So having access to hydropower, to solar power, and to wind power at the same time can somehow solve or alleviate this kind of problem. And the third issue, which is extremely important, and once again, but that's my bias given my academic formation, it's a political economy issue, and has to do with bargaining power. And you can see it. It's Indonesia. It's an incredible success story in terms of being able to upgrade and to increase local value addition on nickel value chain, especially vis-a-vis China, because 70% of the nickel reserves are in Indonesia. So the bargaining power of Indonesia vis-a-vis China and Australia, particularly in that case, was enormous. But other countries with the level of reserve, which is not that important, have much weaker bargaining power vis-a-vis multinational. Again, if we think to a regional dimension, for example, if the lithium triangle, Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, would face multinational as a single entity rather than with different position of individual governments, this would increase the chances of getting advantage at the local level. And once again, having the possibility of increasing local value addition and productivity, which should go hand in hand with the green transformation. Thank you very much, Murat.
Thank you. We unfortunately ran out of time, so Professor Zeki Rashid is waiting for his session, but still, I think in order to summarize this excellent session, I should spend a few minutes because it was really an excellent session, starting with Professor Travis Taylor. So he discussed the nature and impact of the Liberation Day tariffs or Trump tariffs. And I think ultimately Travis's point was that though they are not as simple as they may look to the world, and there is a lot of thought behind them. It seems like they are not ultimately going to be providing net benefits to the US nor to the world. I think this is, Travis, this was your conclusion at the end, right?
Yes, that's right. He's on the one hand, he's not a madman. He's not irrational. There was a lot of thought that went into it, but it was not executed well.
It was not executed well, and the net impact might be negative to US, the welfare impact. Okay. There is a lot to discuss about even just this, but unfortunately, again, we don't have time. Maybe we can arrange some other sessions about this. But it was an excellent presentation. Thank you so much about it. Then Professor Gabriel Bezczynski, he spoke about more about the political economy of Latin America right now. And what I took note is that he said that the future of Latin American political economy depends on the competition between the US and China in terms of influence on the continent. And there is also a lot of other political economy issues. For example, when a country gets a lot of financing from China without optimality calculations, and we know that after all, you have to pay back what you get from the other person. So whether these excessive borrowing from China will in the future be, optimal for the society, whether it is Latin America, whether it is Africa, etc. So if all these funds are used in productive services, productive areas, so that the repayment capacity is expanded, there is no problem. But if the country has not generated additional productive capacity with all those funds, then it will be ultimately it will be even a sovereignty issue, as some countries have experienced it with the Chinese financing. And Professor Bezczynski also spoke about the current macroeconomics of Argentina. We have been hearing a lot in social media that President Milei's policies are yielding excellent results in lower inflation and not much sacrifice in growth, etc. But Professor Gabriel said that, ultimately, we have to understand that Argentina has just made the $20 billion agreement with the IMF, and then another 20 billion with the US right now. So the macroeconomics of Argentina is not in good shape, apparently. And that has also a bearing on the US, because now the Trump administration has closed down the USAID, and they are trying to reduce the military spending abroad and all those things. But then the US Treasury is providing some significant amount of money to Argentina. So it's a contradiction, I think, on the US side. Then we listened to Professor Mosconi, who is an expert in European industrial policy, and he concentrated on the importance of education and human capital, among other things, innovation and R&D also. And he summarized to us that the European industrial policy for the let's say success of European industrial policy, one of the most important aspects is education. We had a similar actually presentation yesterday about Turkey. The former undersecretary of the planning agency in Turkey, he was talking about the fact that the learning outcomes, the weakness in learning outcomes in Turkey will negatively and significantly influence the developmental efforts. So on the one side, all those numbers about, how much one is spending on education, how much one is spending on R&D, but on the other hand, what is important is the productivity of that spending. So if you are spending a lot of money on education, but the learning outcome is not good, then the money will not be useful. And he was complaining yesterday that in the Turkish case, the PISA scores, PISA is a European or let's say OECD invention of measuring the learning outcomes. The Turkish learning outcomes are pretty low, although Turkey is spending a lot of money on education compared to its GDP. So it's a coincidence that on the European front, Professor Mosconi was also talking about the importance of education and human capital for economic development and catch up. And Dr. Piergiso Fortunato, who is from UNCTAD, he talked about sustainability, and he had some very interesting slides to show that shows that, let me just take the last one because of time limitation. Majority of green investment in the world is now being done by China. And I would add to it, although he had to leave because of his other meeting, I would add to it that the majority of the industrial robots investment in the world is also being done by the Chinese. So you have a China which is making a lot of investment in greening technologies, and also on the robotics. And we all know that China still has a labor cost advantage compared to the West. But in spite of the labor cost advantage compared to the West, China is still undertaking a lot of robotization investment. So what would that tell us on the competitiveness, cost competitiveness front in the next 10 or 20 years? That's a big, I think, discussion to make. Okay, dear friends, thank you, all of you, for your precious time, for attending this year's CEPIP on the stock taking of industrial policy around the world. You really have contributed a lot, and maybe we will have some follow-up, seminars on all these topics. Thank you so much, and thank also the organizers of the CEPIP event here, Dr. Ayşe, I think she's here somewhere, and all her team, the technical team. We thank them a lot. And now I think we are flying to the next session. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We thank Professor Dr. Murat Yülek and all our distinguished panelists for this rich and invaluable discussions. So now we will be proceeding with our next invited speaker, who is Professor Dr. Mohammed Zaki Rashidi from Iqra University, Pakistan, to take the floor.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes, thank you. Can I share my slides?
Of course.
Can you see the slides?
Not yet.
Not yet, because I have uploaded them here. Slides.
If it's okay for you, we can also share your presentation here, and then you can tell us to skip
Yeah,
it.
please, please. I believe there is some problem at my end in uploading it.
Okay,
Right.
we can see that. Okay.
You can see it now?
Yes,
Right.
perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my today's topic, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Murat Yolik. It's a pleasure seeing you again. And I heard the whole last session and conversation. That was quite a learning for me as well. And I really appreciate for the time given to me in this conference. My today's topic is very quick and smart, that is related to the political economy and sustainability transitions in Pakistan. And I'm focusing on challenges of the governance, policy continuity, and institutional capacity. I'm trying to keep this presentation as short as possible because I know I'm the most probably the last speaker here to finish it. So my discussion will revolve around today. Let me introduce the topic. Right now, the basic problem various countries are facing, including Pakistan, because my focus is on Pakistan, is that there is a sustainability transition. It means economies are gradually moving from towards the sustainability, and there is a resource requirement for that. So it's a shift from resource intensive towards short-term growth to equitable and environmentally conscious development. So the various countries are shifting, the large resources which they were investing earlier. Now they are shifting to the short-term growth. And why Pakistan? Because our focus is on Pakistan. It is fifth most climate vulnerable country. And you can see the floods and the earthquakes and many things are coming here. Our population is around 241 million and GDP growth is fluctuating. A large fluctuation in the GDP growth is coming from 0.3% in financial year 23 to 2.4% in financial 24. The governance instability and institutional fragmentation is also there. That is also hindering various, initiatives which we usually take related to the sustainability. The framework I'm focusing on, or the ideas I'm discussing today, is related to the political economy of sustainability transition, why it is important, and political dimensions, and how various policy priorities are required, especially when various political regime changes are there in Pakistan. You can see in the last 5, 6, 7 years, various regime changes are there. And there are various economic dimensions because the fiscal problems we are facing, and we are trying to give certain incentives, and also some industrial structures is also shaking up because of the economic challenges which we are facing. Some institutional dimensions are also equally important to discuss. For example, capacity of the different ministries which they are dealing with, and also various coordination at provincial and central level, and some regulatory enforcements are also important to discuss. This is a brief overview. What government challenges are there? As you can see, policy discontinuity, because there are various frequent regime changes, 12 governments in 20 years. It's a large shift. It means we cannot make a policy which we can run for 5 years or 10 years and see its outcome. So that's why a lot of government changes are coming up. And plus there is an environmental and energy policies often reversed and rebranded. In past, as you can see, one government comes and put up one policy, another government rebrand that policy with a different name and change the budgeting and various things into that. Another basic problem which we are facing is related to the weak institutional coordination. It means there is an overlap between federal and financial. Something federal government starts, but financial government does not own it. So that's why the transition is creating a problem. After the 18th Amendment which we face, various powers are being transferred to the provinces. But unfortunately, provinces have the limited understanding and they hardly have the capacity to run this. If you can see on the right side, government's indicators at the World Bank 2024. So you can see the government effectiveness score of Pakistan is minus 0.71 in comparison to other South Asian countries. Similarly, if you see regulatory quality is also minus 0.78 of Pakistan in comparison to various other regional players. And political stability is minus 1.89 in comparison to other regional indicators. So in these indicators, you can see Pakistan is lower in case of government effectiveness, regulatory quality, and including the political stability, which is again now, we are at war currently with Afghanistan, if you heard the news. Economic constraints and structural issues we are also facing. For example, high fiscal deficit we are facing, and there is a reliance on the fossil fuels, which is actually not creating a proper energy mix, which we are interested to have. So it means the green financing remains a marginal. We require a proper green finances so that, government can put a lot of efforts into that. And the basic problem is that there is a trade-off between economic growth and environmental preservation. So that's why we are facing major problems, because at one time we are, handling our economic challenges and economic issues. On the other hand, we are interested to protect our environment that also demand a big budgets. Informal economy is also, complicating the entire situation. Normally, it is suggested that our informal economy is around approximately 36%, which is quite a large in number, as we can see. Environmental pressures and policy gaps are there. For example, if you can see in 2022, floods affected 33 million people, causing a disruption of USD 30 billion losses. Pakistan also contributing a very less amount to the global emission, but ranks among top 10% in the vulnerability. So it means we need to understand what are those policy gaps and challenges. Although we are not contributing much in global emission, but we are actually under vulnerability. Similarly, under policy gaps, as you can see, National Climate Change Policy, which we developed in 2012, is what updated in 2021, although it's still lacking the enforcement at different levels. We are unfortunately unable to enforce the entire policy in the letter and spirit, so that, government, people, and businesses can, take the advantage of that. Limited integration with economic planning, for example, various priorities which we have. So normally our priorities are related to the infrastructure and other buildings, but not specific to the environment friendly. Institutional capacity building is another challenge which we are facing, because we are having a problem related to the institutional capacity, and there are various implementation barriers. For example, human resource gaps. There is a limited expertise available in green economics and climate financing, and we do not have much data. So our decisions are not actually the data driven, rather than based on government's wish and whim, or sometimes some international pressures is also looking into that. The data system, for example, environmental monitoring dashboards are not available. So we are not able to, identify, and that data is, under different ministries is available, which is quite fragmented. We do not have a specific dashboard which is available on the basis of which we can take some long-term decisions and long-term investments into that. While provinces, there is a huge variation. For example, if we compare our 4 provinces, so Punjab and Sindh are showing a better adaptation of the policies. But unfortunately, if we see the Balochistan and KPK, so they are lagging behind much. So they are unable to cope up with those changes which are taking place. And unfortunately, the earthquake and many other, disasters are coming in KPK now. Some donor dependency, because we are actually UNDP and World Bank and, Asian Development Bank, we are relying heavily on them. So that's why many sustainability projects rely on external funding. So that's why many, provinces and the governments are not taking much ownership into that. And always there is a discussion about how can we divide that donating agencies' money, and we can see how can we invest them or implement them. Political economy dynamics are also there. For example, if we see that, we call it elite capture. So resources are usually captured by elite industries or elite influential politicians. They always take into a particular sector the entire money, rather than, equitably distributing them. Another issue which we are facing is related to the short-term political incentives. So our focus is on visible infrastructure. If you see the Punjab government, so their more focus is on that, how they can develop the roads, bridges, or they can bring, various types of different buses. So rather than they are bringing some kind of long-term sustainability reforms. So that challenge our country is facing. Another basic problem, in my opinion, is related to the institutional path dependence. For example, there is a legacy of centralization that actually limits the devolution or the power across the different provinces, because it's a long history of 75 years where centrality is there and everything is being handled by the center. So that's why provinces, either due to their capacity or due to their lack of understanding, are unable to take some good initiatives on the basis of which they can bring changes in their own policies. A basic problem, we call it rent seeking behavior. It means environmental compliance often negotiated rather than enforced. In my opinion, we should have an enforcement through the central or provincial level to the businesses or to the other stakeholders. But unfortunately, we try to negotiate, okay, if we forego this, so what advantage the governments can get out of this? So that is again a basic political economic problem which we are facing. What to do to keep my presentation short? As I can see, this is the last presentation, and Murat Yulik also asked many other speakers also to shorten that. So coming back to this, shorten this entire discussion, pathway towards sustainability transition. What should we do? So I'm presenting, one is the governance reforms, institutional stability across all political regimes. One government is going to establish something, others should follow that and try to establish it properly so that there should be a stability. Second, empowering the climate change ministry. The ministry is there, the fundings are coming from different donors, but unfortunately there are some, they do not have some implementation mandates. So those implementation mandates are supposed to be given to them. At the economic front, green fiscal incentives are supposed to be given to the provinces while they are making different budgets. We should encourage green entrepreneurs, for example, some credit guarantees to different business people, so that whenever they are going to develop a business, they will keep in their mind about the encouragement of the green entrepreneurship. A third, institutional strengthening, for example, data-driven decisions based on some integrated sustainability dashboard at provincial and at national level, so that we can see the entire dashboard of what is going on in a country over 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years. And finally, the most important one is the political commitment. Establish cross-party, because there are multiple parties and multiple stakeholders. So we have established cross-party sustainability charter for policy continuity, so that whenever the government changes or a new government comes for any reason, that continuity should be there in it. Finally, my conclusion on it, Pakistan's sustainability transition is not just technical, but deeply political and institutional level. We should understand those political factors which we can counter, or which we can take into account. The success of our green economy or our sustainability policies depends on aligning the governance stability, economic reform, and institutional coherence, which we need to bring across provinces, not just at the central level. And finally, need for long-term political consensus and institutional learning to break out the cycle of short-termism, which is actually we are facing a lot nowadays. With this short and sweet presentation, I must say thank you to Professor Dr. Murat Yulik for giving me this opportunity, and I'm glad that I'm able to present this in front of you. So over to the presenters and speakers. Thank you. Any question from anybody, if audience is there? Yes, Dr. Aisha. Dr. Aisha, are you there? Professor Murat, are you there?
Welcome back, everyone. We will be starting our paper presentations, and we will start with Melissa Yabasan and Bahar Erdal. They will be presenting a paper on strategic cost management for SMEs in inflationary environment, role of certified public accountants in Turkey.
Hello, could you hear me? I'm starting. Hello, everyone. My name is Melisa Nazya Baslan. I'm graduate from OSTİM Technical University, the Economics Department. Today, I will present to you my study, or study with Bahar Erdal, Professor Bahar Erdal. Our study is strategic cost management for SMEs in inflationary environment and the role of certified public accounts in Turkey. As you know, SMEs are the backbone of the Turkish economy. SMEs in the Turkey accounts for more than 99% of all commercial enterprises and approximately 70% of total employment. However, rising inflation rates in Turkey in recent years have profoundly affected the financial structures and decision-making process of SMEs. As you can see, in recent years, for example, 2020, inflation was around 12%, but in 2022, inflation was higher than 60%, and it's 72%. This situation has led to unpredictable costs and the other challenges like disrupted cash flow and uncertainty business planning. Our research aim is to explore how SMEs manage costs under inflation, the evolving role of CPA measures to strengthen resilience. Our methodology is using data obtained from 14 weeks of filed observations during an internship at a financial consult office in Ankara. In addition to these filed observations, analyzing documents such as tweak data, relevant academic articles, industry reports, and legal regulations. I want to continue with the effects of inflation on SMEs. The findings show that SMEs face multiple interconnected problems. For example, 83% struggle with access to finance, 70% with rising costs, and 65% with disturbed investment plans. In addition, SMEs many adopt stop-link strategies, which often create cash flow bottlenecks and further financial stress. SMEs also implement their own strategies against inflation. The most common are process improvement, digitalization, and data-driven management. However, adoption of green finance and sustainable projects remains low at only 12%. This shows that while SMEs are adapting, there is a still lack of long-term perspective. And I want to talk about the critical role of CPAs. Traditionally, CPAs were seen mainly as bookkeepers or tax return preparers, but in practice, those who provide strategic advisory services such as financial analysis, budgeting, tax planning help SMEs grow faster. For instance, firms that receive proactive CPA advice increases their salaries by 25% and employment by 15% compared to firms without advisory support. And I want to talk about policy recommendations and future research. My policy recommendations are based on my findings. I propose 4 policy recommendations. First, to strengthen continuous education for CPAs, including digital skills and crisis management. Second, to simply inflation accounting for SMEs. Third, to promote digital financial solutions with incentives. And finally, to institutionalize SME CPI cooperation through consulting contracts and regular financial reviews. And for future research, there are several promising directions. First, the study can be expanded to cover SMEs for different regions and sectors in Turkey. Secondly, cooperative analysis with other countries' experiences like inflation could provide valuable insights. Thirdly, it's important to complement qualitative findings and quantitative survey economic analysis. Long-view studies can also explore how SMEs build resilience over time. Finally, the interaction of digital transformation tools with cost management practice deserves the further investigation. To summarize, SMEs are highly vulnerable in inflationary environments. Yet, those that work closely with CPAs demonstrate greater resilience in cost control, financial planning, and overall growth. Therefore, CPAs should not be limited to complicated tasks. They must be recognized as strategic partners in business management. In conclusion, my study highlights the greatest weapon of SMS against inflation is strategic cost management supported by professional guidance. Thank you for listening. If you have questions, you can ask me every time. Thank you for listening to me.
Can I start? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Abdulkhaliq Hassan Osman. Today I will be presenting my research on the impact of small and medium enterprises in economic growth and job creation in Somalia. First, let's start with introduction and background. Small and medium enterprises are widely recognized as vital components of modern economies, especially in developing countries like Somalia. These enterprises are crucial in creating employment, generating income, and contributing to GDP. Despite Somalia's prolonged political instability and weak institutional structures, SMEs have remained resilient and a central force in the economic revival. They offer a critical means of the income and job opportunities, especially for the youth, contributing significantly to the poverty reduction and economic development. Let me make sure if you can see my screen. Okay. This research investigates the impact of SMEs on economic growth and job creation in Somalia. The research aims to understand how SMEs contribute to the economy and identify the challenges they face. This study is significant for three key groups. First, business owners seeking for practical solutions. Second, policymakers developing supportive strategies. And third, researchers exploring post-conflict economies. By consolidating scattered data, it helps fill a gap in the literature on Somali SMEs and provides actionable insights to enhance their performance and contribution. Many SMEs in Somalia struggle to survive due to various constraints. The study addresses the following research questions. The first research question is what are the major obstacles hindering SMEs' performance in Somalia? And why do many SMEs fail to survive in the marketplace? And finally, what factors can enhance the success and sustainability of SMEs in Somalia? These questions guide exploration to literature and aim to provide a comprehensive understanding of SME dynamic in Somalia. The theoretical foundation of this research highlights the role of SMEs in driving economic growth through internship and job creation. Human capital theory also supports the view that investment in education and skills development enhance business productivity. Literature shows SMEs are key to self-reliance and community development. However, a notable gap exists in Somalia-specific studies, especially in topics like capital structure and long-term SMEs development. Limited empirical data and fragmented nature of existing research further underscore the need for comprehensive synthesis. The methodology part is qualitative systematic literature review. By analyzing secondary data from academic journals, NGO reports, and development studies, thematic analysis was used to identify recurring patterns, and this approach was chosen due to challenges and contributions to the practical limitations of collecting new primary data in Somalia's unstable environment. According to IFTIN's Foundation Country Graduate Survey, a questionnaire was spread in order to get the best answers to the problems of this study. The research demographics show that most respondents were aged 21 to 30 years old, as the study focused on youth who face unemployment challenges and crucial for economic growth. Approximately half of the participants were either students or unemployed, with 45% having an income less than $200. So that proves that lack of fund or capital and access to finance is a major setback for SMEs in Somalia. This is evidenced in most responses that answered questions pointing in the direction that intermediaries were determined to start own business but were unable to raise enough capital to do so. This graph shows that the most responses were to the questionnaire was because of lack of capital, they couldn't start businesses. The small and medium enterprises have been recognized to be a major source for economic growth and employment generation. Studies focusing on small and medium enterprises and their role in employment in development and essential for the economic, especially in developing nations. Respondents perceived SMEs as potential generation of economic expansion and employment. To strengthen the role of SMEs in Somalia, the study recommends improving access to finance through microcredit programs and simplified loan systems. The government and NGOs should provide internship management and management trainings to young business owners, building also better infrastructure such as roads and electricity will help businesses operate more smoothly. Policymakers should also design SME-friendly laws to reduce taxes and support business registration. In conclusion, SMEs are not only vital for Somalia's economy, but are foundational to national recovery, job creation, and poverty reduction, addressing key challenges, especially finance, skills, and governance. While strategic investment and policy reforms, SMEs can accelerate growth, they can empower youth and contribute to a stable, self-reliant Somali economy. This study contributes to understanding these dynamics and calls for continued research and coordinated action to strengthen SMEs as pillars of development. Thank you all for listening. If you have any question, you are welcome.